Preface of Amid the High Hills. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Joe DeNoia, Chesterfield, New Jersey. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. Preface. For many years past, from time to time, I have contributed articles on sport and natural history to various journals. It was recently suggested to me that I should publish these articles in book form, and I was fortunate enough to have friends who kindly offered to illustrate them. I have accordingly selected some of these articles and have included others which have never been published before. Amongst the former are some which in the same or slightly altered form have appeared in The Field, Country Life, The Scottish Field, the Salmon and Trout Magazine, and the Saturday Westminster Gazette. To the editors of these journals, I tender my warmest thanks for their courtesy and kindness in allowing me to republish the articles in question. To my friends, Mr. Finlay McKinnon, Mr. Vincent Balfour Brown, and Mr. Frank Wallace, I am greatly indebted for the pictures in color and black and white, and the pencil sketches which they have contributed. To my friends and neighbors, Lady Anne Murray of Loch Problem and Mrs. Schroeder of Attadale, my grateful thanks are due. To the former, for the photograph Winter Sunshine, Wild Geese at the foot of Applecross Hills, and to the latter for the watercolor drawing On Autumn Day, Loch Problem looking west. To my friend, Miss Diana Darling, I am indebted for the photograph Among the Western Islands, and to my son-in-law, Mr. Noel Wills, for the pencil sketch of Donald MacIver, my gamekeeper and constant companion on the hill for many years. I wish to thank Mr. W.R. Boosfield, K.C., F.R.S., for helpful criticism from the scientific point of view on my article, Birds of Fastest Flight in the British Isles, and Mr. A.D. Bateson, K.C., for his kindness in reading the book in manuscript. In conclusion, I should like to say that, having derived so much pleasure from reading the experiences of others who love sport and natural history, I venture to hope that these pages may bring back to some of my readers' recollections of their own delightful days amid the high hills. H.F. Stromferry, Rochshire, August 7, 1923. End of preface.
Section 1 of Amid the High Hills. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Tim 811. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. The charm of sport amid the high hills. The fascination of deer stalking is largely due to the romance of the hill. The hill, as it is known only to those who love it and understand something of its hidden mysteries. The long day all too quickly ended with the silent but sympathetic stalker, alone with nature in its most inspiring and elevating form, the ever-changing beauty of sky and hill, the joy of watching deer when they have no suspicion that they are being watched, the opportunities of seeing rare birds and finding rare plants, all these things, apart from the difficulty and interest, and the greater the difficulty, the greater the interest, of trying to outwit, in other words, trying to get within shot of the particular stag one is after, go to make up the attractions of what some of us think is the very best of true sport. I well remember a famous statesman who had himself owned one of the best deer forests in the Highlands, saying to me that the greatest attraction of stalking is that it takes one to places where otherwise one would never go, and enables one to see the most wonderful things which otherwise one would never see. Further, there is probably no form of sport where less pain and suffering are inflicted, assuming that anyone who stalks will take the trouble to know his rifle well and will not take a long or risky shot. The shot itself, after all, plays only a small part in the pleasure of a day's stalking. I have friends, first-class rifle shots, who delight in stalking, and who, when they have arrived within shot of the stag they have stalked, will sometimes not shoot him at all. This would not always be easily accomplished by those who have strongly implanted within them the instincts of the hunter, or perhaps I should say the primitive man. Again, to pass from stalking, what is the real explanation of the intense enjoyment of ptarmigan shooting on the high tops after the close of the stalking season? I have more than once heard this described as the most enjoyable of all kinds of shooting. As it is well known, on a still clear day the ptarmigan is the easiest of birds to shoot, but on a wild, windy day one of the most difficult, twisting and turning with extraordinary rapidity. Neither this latter fact, however, nor the exhilarating and bracing air at the altitude where these birds are to be found, wholly explains the enthusiasm of those who have had this sport. I have no doubt that the environment of the high hills and all that this means are largely the cause of this enthusiasm. The delights of grouse shooting, whether in the case of driven birds or over dogs, are greatly increased by the same cause. Without entering upon the well-worn controversy as to the respective advantages and disadvantages of these two forms of sport, is there anyone who has enjoyed both of them amid the hills, who has not ineffaceable memories of the vistas of marvelous beauty which he has reveled in again and again while waiting in his butt for the first birds of the drive, and, to change the scene, of the pleasures of many a glorious twelfth in the company of an old friend, with whom he was in perfect sympathy, watching the dogs at work amidst the purple heather on the side of the hill or along the heather-clad banks of a burn. It is true also of salmon and trout fishing in the Highlands that the angler's sense of peace and contentment is largely due to the influence of the hills. This is especially so in the golden days at the beginning of August, those glorious days before the serious fun begins, when the trout in the loch are more of an excuse than a serious ploy, when one discusses the growing antlers of the big heart on the home beat, when one basks in the sunshine of the high hills. Whilst writing what I have already said about stalking, I recollected the following verses, which I intend to keep and read for my encouragement in days to come, days which are, I hope, still very far off. Northward bound once more. Does your heart still beat with the old excitement as you wait where the Scotch expresses are? Does it answer still to the old indictment of a fond delight in the sleeping car, as it did when the rush through the autumn night meant the gates of desire ajar? Or has the enchanting task grown tougher, and has that arrow beyond you flown? For the hill that was rough enough is rougher, the steepest climb that was ever known, and the forest appalls a veteran duffer, sorely beaten and blown. Oh, the years, they be rusty and mothy. Oh, the flesh it is weak that once was strong, but the brown burn under the stone falls frothy, and the music it makes is a siren song. Then the pony'll take you as far as the bothy, and that'll help you along. See, from the tops the mist is stealing, out with the stalking glass for a spy. Round crag and Iran an eagle's wheeling, black in the blue September sky. A fig for the years, Why youth and healing at the end of your journey lie. End of section 1.
Chapter 2 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Phil Shemp. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. Stalking in its most enjoyable form. By far the most enjoyable form of stalking is to be one's own stalker. But this can only be done satisfactorily in a forest with which one is thoroughly familiar. It is astonishing what tricks the wind will play in certain corries, and as a result what mistakes even a good stalker will make in a forest which is new to him. Moreover, anyone stalking by himself, unless he has experience, may easily make another kind of mistake. He may think that he has missed a stag when he has in fact killed him. Anyone who has had experience in shooting deer knows that a stag when shot through the heart will sometimes gallop for 40 or 50 yards, or even further, and then fall down dead. Some years ago, preparatory to a few days' stalking in a deer forest in Invernessshire, I arrived one evening at the lodge, and later on, about 10:30, there returned from the hill a guest in a state of great dejection, who had never stalked until he went out in this forest a few days before. I felt very sorry for him, for he had been keen to secure a good head, and said that he had had a splendid chance of a fine stag standing broadside at about 80 yards and had missed him. This was his last chance, as he was leaving early next morning. 2 days later I was out on the same beat, when the stalker suddenly grasped me by the arm and said, "There's a stag lying down there, to the left of that hill below us. Are you seeing his horns above the ridge?" We went cautiously down in the direction of the stag, but had not gone far before we discovered the stag was dead. "That," said the stalker, "must be the stag Mr. X shot at 2 days ago." We examined the stag and found that he had been shot apparently through the heart from the knoll from which X had taken his shot. It was obviously the same stag. The stalker then told me that X wished to stalk the last 100 yards alone and had asked him to stay behind, that X had shot and came back saying that he had missed the stag. Neither the stalker nor X had thought it worth while to look for the stag. In the case of X, who was a novice at stalking, I was not surprised, but I was amazed that the stalker had not done so, although he was young and not very experienced. So X secured a good head after all, and no doubt both he and the stalker learnt a lesson which neither is likely to forget, but at the cost to X of much unnecessary misery and humiliation, and, incidentally, to his host of much good venison. It is sometimes difficult to be sure what is the result of one's shot, and it is a great assistance to have the opinion of an experienced stalker whether he has his glass on the beast at the moment the shot is fired or not. I was coming back one evening after a delightful day's stalking in Glencairn, when the stalker MacDonald said, "One moment, sir, there is a stag down there, just gone out of sight. If you can shoot off your knee downhill, you will have a chance directly." I sat down and waited, and in a few minutes the stag appeared. I believe I was steady and on him in the right place. Directly I fired, he galloped off. "I'm thinking you'd better shoot again," said MacDonald. "What's the use?" I replied, thinking I had shot the stag through the heart. However, as I spoke, I did shoot again out of respect to MacDonald, whom I knew to be a very experienced stalker, and the stag rolled over like a rabbit which had been shot in the right place. "Now we'll see," I said, "where the 2 bullets went." "I'm thinking," said MacDonald, "you missed him the first time." "You may be right," I replied, "but I don't think so. One thing I know, and that is that if I did and had known it, I should probably have missed him with my second shot also." On examining the stag we could find only 1 bullet mark, and on skinning him we found that 1 bullet only had struck him, and that was through the heart. MacDonald no doubt thinks to this day that I missed the stag with my first shot and killed him with my second when he was galloping, but I still have my doubts. The moral is that though one sometimes hears the unmistakable thud of the bullet striking the stag, there are other occasions when it is difficult to be certain as to what has happened, and therefore it is always wise to satisfy oneself in the matter as far as possible. Still more is this essential when stalking alone. In stalking alone there is this advantage, that one can always secure the best position in which to shoot, whereas if one is accompanied by a stalker, he sometimes takes that position himself, and it is not easy to get him to move on, or, as is more often the case, there is no time for him to do so. Charles J. Murray of Loch Problem, to whose kindness I am indebted for many delightful days stalking, is particularly devoted to this form of sport. A few seasons ago I was obliged to come south before the end of the stalking season, and received from him a letter which describes, far better than I can, the pleasure of being out alone on the hill. "You are missing the west coast," he wrote, "at its weather best, for we have a spell of gloriously fine weather when the stag can hear a footstep half a mile off, and the wind is so gentle that it cannot make up its mind which way to go, but strays gently to and fro and round in little circles, stimulating evil words among the stalkers. Yesterday I was out alone, and worked up to a pasha and his harem, the ladies between him and me, he just out of shot on a hillock behind them. Approach from the front impossible, but just a chance, almost a certainty with a fair breeze, from a rock to one side if he should come down to his ladies before they got a puff. I risked it, and got a comfy corner in the sun, and waited to see which would win, the affectionate impulses of the stag, or the more wavering evolutions of the scarcely perceptible puffs of wind. The old lady 60 yards away looking serenely at the top of my head. Needless to say that after 2 hours, just when the stag stretched one forefoot and began to hum a love ditty, I felt a well-known cool feeling at the back of my neck, and the party adjourned the meeting. Luckily, I am not bloodthirsty, but enjoy being among deer, and on these occasions driving snow and rain, or sunshine and a dry tussock to curl up on, make all the difference. End of Chapter 2.
Section 3 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Alexandre Ivan Card. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. A Great Fish and a Greater Fisherman. The River Wye Goes Out to Sea by Stills, in silent secrecy. Among the hills she wins and wanders by the sombre woods, and cleaves her way in circling bends through mountain solitudes. Towards the end of March 1921, I received an invitation to fish the River Wye, which, as everyone knows, is famous for its heavy salmon. My own rods and tackle were in the north of Scotland, and there was not sufficient time to send for them. I knew that, in the spring, the fishing in this particular river was almost entirely by spinning with the minnow. I arrived at my destination on Monday, March 28, and had 5 days fishing before me. There had been a good deal of rain before I arrived, and the river was both too high and too much colour. The fishing on my host's beat had so far been very disappointing. During the preceding 6 weeks the river had been fished almost every day by my host and one or other of his friends, but although hardly any fish had been lost, only 5 had been killed, all with the minnow, the largest being 29 pounds. My kindly host, who is a past master of all things connected with salmon and trout fishing, fitted me up with first-class equipment. I had never used a Nottingham or Silex reel before, and it took me the greater part of my first day to acquire the art of throwing the minnow effectively. For the next 2 days I fished with the minnow from morning till night, without getting a pull or seeing anything. I have been a keen fly fisher all my life and have killed a good many salmon and many trout, and on Friday morning, as the river had fallen considerably, I told my host that, if I might do so, I should like to try the fly. He readily assented, and said that I should have one of his own fly rods, and before we started, he kindly gave me several salmon flies, and said that his butler, C., who was an experienced hand at gaffing salmon, should come with me. Among the flies which my host had given me was a more large, size 4/0, and with this I fished all the morning and up about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, without, however, seeing or touching anything. C said that he was afraid the day was going to be a blank again. I said that I would like to try once more a particular spot, below a rock in the upper part of a pool higher up the river, which I had fished in the morning, and which I thought looked like a very likely place for a salmon to lie. In order to fish this pool, it was necessary to use a boat. It was a beautiful afternoon, and the sun was still shining. We crossed over the river at the bottom of the pool, and rowed up on the other side, keeping close to the bank so as not to disturb that part of the pool which I was going to fish. C worked the boat with great skill, and at my first cast I managed to place my fly exactly where I wished it to go, below the rock. As the fly swung round with the current, I suddenly saw for a second a huge silvery fish in the clear transparent water upon which the sun was shining. At the same moment the line tightened. "I have him," I said, as the line went screeching off the reel. The fish ran straight upstream for about 90 yards, and then leaped twice high into the air. It was by far the largest salmon I had ever seen, clean run and glittering like a silver coin fresh from the mint. This first danger safely past, I gradually persuaded him to come back again. C said, "He must be well hooked, and he's a very big fish. That fish of 29 pounds, which the Major got, would look quite small beside him." For some time after this, the fish moved about the pool, but made no attempt to run. He then made a violent rush of about 60 yards, and lashed about on the top of the water, once more showing himself, and giving us a fair idea of his size. Again I got him well under control, and for a considerable time he adopted the same tactics as before, moving slowly and steadily, backwards and forwards, at varying depths. I had been thinking for some time that, perhaps, I had rather been too easy with him, and that I had not acted on the maxim with which, I suppose, almost every salmon fisher will agree, that one ought never to let a fish rest, and that a big fish may take hours to land if he is not worried enough. The line and cast had been thoroughly tested before we started, and I felt that I might depend upon them. C told me that as soon as I had hooked my fish, he had looked at his watch, and that I had now had him for an hour and 20 minutes. This greatly astonished me, as I had not realized how the time had gone. But it was nevertheless the fact, and I felt that we must do something to steer the fish. We accordingly decided to move a little way upstream. C had hardly begun to move the boat with this object in view, when the salmon suddenly moved, and moved to some purpose. Neither I nor sea had ever seen anything in the movement of any fish to compare with the strength and rapidity of that rush. The salmon went at a terrific pace, straight up the river, as hard as he could go for about 110 yards, and then leaped twice, straight up into the air, about a couple of feet above the surface of the water, broadside down, showing that he was a tremendously thick fish. At the very moment he was in the air, the reel fell off the rod, and at that moment I became conscious that, although of course I had lowered the point of the rod when he leaped, that the great fish had parted company with me forever. "He has gone," I said, as with a sickening sense of disappointment I reeled in the slack line in the faint hope that he might still be on, having turned and come down the river again. But no, it was not to be, and the line soon came back to me, the cast having been broken about a foot from the end. C said not a word, nor did I for a time. No mere word are appropriate on such an occasion, and cannot diminish the loss of a fresh run spring salmon, so marvellously brilliant and beautiful, and in this particular instance probably half as large again, perhaps twice as large as the biggest fish I have ever landed during the time, no more than 40 years, that I have been a salmon fisher. Within a short time I started fishing again, but the day was done and we saw nothing more. After the catastrophe, I found that the reel had been loose, and that the wedges used to make it fit closely to the rod had shifted and finally fallen out in consequence of the rushes made by the fish. I also learnt later on that the rod did not belong to my host, and that, by a misunderstanding, this rod, which happened not to have been taken down but was among the other rods ready for use, was given to me. Probably, had I been warned about the reel, I could have prevented it from falling off, though whether this would have made any difference, it is impossible to say, as many a good fish had broken the cast by falling back on it after jumping at the end of a long rush, and the more line there is out, the more danger of losing the fish when he jumps. In the words of one of the most experienced of fishermen, Mr. Horace G. Hutchinson, "There is one antic that a fish may perform, which may, if you are unlucky, defeat you, however quick and skilful you are. That is, if he jumps and falls back on the cast. If you do not drop the point of the rod so as to let the gut go slack when he jumps, you are nearly sure to be broken if he falls back on it. If you drop quickly enough, it is bad luck if you are broken, but it is bad luck which sometimes does befall. If much of the reel line is in water, the drop of the rod top does not communicate slackness to the cast quickly enough. The fish may come onto it when it is totally rubbly taut. Result disaster. Being a Highlander, and therefore of a superstitious race, need I emphasize the fact that the day of this, the greatest tragedy of my life as a fisherman, was a Friday, and that Friday, the 1st of April. In this connection, it is worth recalling that no references to April Fool's Day have been found in our earlier literature, and it seems that this country has derived the fashion from France, where April Fool's Day is a very ancient institution, and where the dupe is known as Poisson d'Avril. The April Fool in this story was the fisherman, not the fish. The following day, Saturday, I tried to make the most of my last chance and fished all day long, but without a sign of anything. Of course, there was a great discussion as to the probable weight of the fish, which had given both thee and myself several opportunities of forming some estimate on the subject. We both agreed that it could not have been less than £35, and was more probably around about £40. But my story has an interesting sequel. On the following Monday I returned to London, and on the Tuesday, when fishing the pool which was the scene of the catastrophe, my host made a discovery which I can best relate by quoting from a letter which he wrote to me on the following day. "Yesterday afternoon," he wrote, "when fishing your famous pool, I found what I feel pretty sure were the mortal remains of your big fish. He had fallen a prey to an otter, which, after your long fight with him, is easy to understand. He lay on a rock, just above the place where you hooked him, and considerably below where you parted company. A large stake from the middle had been removed by his ultimate captor, but the head and tails portion were there. From examination of his head, he had certainly been recently hooked firmly on the right side of the upper jaw. He was extremely thick, and must have been a most handsome fish of at least 35 pounds. I took home 2 or 3 scales, and his age appears to have been between 4 and 5 years. I subsequently learned that from its condition, this fish had no doubt been killed some days before it was found, and as it seems highly likely it was the fish that had defeated me, it must, somehow or other, have got rid of the fly by rubbing it against the rocks, a feat which is generally believed to be by no means unusual, and which in this instance would, no doubt, be rendered easier by the fact that the hook was a good-sized one, being about 2 inches long. C, who was with my host at the time, said that he also felt sure that it was the same fish. So it would appear that the victory of the great fish was after all short-lived. And that he was probably captured by a far greater fisherman than any mere mortal man, let alone my humble self. It is a very interesting fact that in the week before that in which I was fishing, among the salmon which were killed on the neighbouring beats were 3, each of which weighed slightly over 41 pounds. It seems not unlikely, therefore, that my fish may have run up from the sea in the company of these splendid fish, and have been much the same weight as they were. Notwithstanding my great disappointment, I heartily agree with the words of Arthur Hugh Clarke in Peschiera. "It is better to have fought and lost than never to have fought at all." On describing my battle to an old friend, who is himself no fisherman but a great sportsman, he replied by quoting from a writer, whose name he did not know, the following lines, which I had never heard before, and the authorship of which was at that time unknown to my friend also. "Upon the river's bank serene, a fisher sat where all was green, and looked it. He saw when light was growing dim, the fish, or else the fish saw him, and hooked it. He took with high erected comb the fish, or else the story home, and cooked it. Recording angels by his bed, weighed all that he had done or said, and booked it." End of section number 3.
Section 4 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Joe DeNoia, Chesterfield, New Jersey. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. The birds of fastest flight in the British Isles. Some little time ago, a correspondence appeared in the Observer and the Field as to which is the quickest bird in flight. Various correspondents, some of them well-known naturalists, writers of repute, and sportsmen of experience, expressed their views, by no means unanimous, on the question. I have always been greatly interested in this subject, and for many years past in the north of Scotland, have been in the habit of watching bird life in some of the wildest and most inaccessible parts of the country. I have examined the evidence contained in the valuable and interesting correspondence mentioned above, and have also obtained all the information I could get elsewhere from books of authority and persons who have had special opportunities of observation. At the present day, a valuable and novel class of evidence is available, that of observers in airplanes. Upon all the material thus obtained, I've tried to form an impartial opinion. There appear to me to be 4 points to be borne in mind before arriving at any conclusion as to which bird is the quickest in flight. Emphasis is laid on the first 3 of the following points in some of the letters and the correspondence above referred to, but I think that the 4th point is of at least equal importance. 1. Ground speed must be distinguished from airspeed. 2. The path of flight must be horizontal. 3. There must be something that shows that the bird is flying at its maximum speed. 4. There must be a standard length of flight to which the test is to be applied. 1. Ground speed must be distinguished from airspeed. It is not generally realized that a bird has 2 speeds, its speed relative to the ground and its speed relative to the air. Ground speed is airspeed as influenced by the wind. In a perfectly still atmosphere, ground speed and airspeed are the same. To quote one of the writers in The Field of February 11, 1922, "The wind has no effect on the speed at which a bird is capable of driving itself through the air. Take a parallel case. Substitute for the bird a caterpillar, and for the atmosphere in which the bird is flying, a sheet of paper. A caterpillar can always crawl at a constant speed across the paper, although it is possible to increase the relative speed of a caterpillar to the ground by moving the sheet of paper." Or to put the same distinction in the words of another writer in the same number of The Field, "It is the speed of the object over the ground or still water that matters, and if the medium, i.e., air or water, in which the object under discussion is either flying or floating, is also in movement, then the pace over the ground will naturally be correspondingly increased or decreased." Wind, of course, varies in 2 ways. 1. Direction, and 2. Velocity, and is uniform only at a given height. The direction of the wind must necessarily be either along the line of flight of the bird, against it, or at an angle with it. In the first of these instances, the speed of the bird over the ground is determined merely by adding the velocity of the wind to, and in the second, by subtracting it from the airspeed of the bird, in the same way as a swimmer's speed is increased or reduced by the speed of the current. The third case is more complicated, as in this calculation, allowance must be made for drift, i.e., the tendency of a bird under such circumstances to deviate from its desired course. It is, however, unnecessary to say anything further as to the third case, as the comparisons of speeds of various birds can only be made satisfactorily by ascertaining their speeds under identical conditions in horizontal flight. 2. The path of the flight must be horizontal. In the words of Captain C.F.A. Portal, DSO, if anyone has seen a peregrine stooping from 1,000 feet at between 150 and 200 miles per hour at a partridge, and has later seen the same peregrine chase the same partridge from a standing start, he will appreciate the importance of considering only level flight. In the first instance, the hawk is nearly 100 miles per hour faster than the quarry. In the second, he can only just overtake it at all. There is no conceivable way of measuring the speed of these downward flights accurately, but no one who has done any hawking will deny that 120 miles per hour is within the power of a great many species. When we come to consider level flight, there is a very different story. 3. There must be some evidence to show whether the bird is flying at its maximum speed or not. As was recently pointed out in an interesting article by Colonel R. Menerthagen, DSO, birds have two speeds: a normal rate, which is used for everyday purposes and also for migration, and an accelerated speed, which is used for protection or pursuit, and which in some cases nearly doubles the rate of their normal speed. Some of the heavier birds can probably only accelerate to a slight extent. In this conclusion, I am naturally accepting courtship flight, which is usually of an accelerated nature. To quote the words of Major C.R.E. Radcliffe, the only possible test we can accept is where two birds are matched one against the other, and we are certain they are both trying their hardest. No better test than this is the case of the hawk pursuing its quarry, what it means to one of them its food, and to the other its life. The same writer draws attention to a common fallacy. It is, he says, purely a matter of optical illusion to imagine that a smaller sized bird is flying faster than a larger bird of similar shape and make. For example, a snipe on rising ground seems to go much faster than a woodcock. Similarly, a teal than a duck. And possibly, this may be so for a short distance. But put up the first two together, and also the last two, and let there be a peregrine after them, as I have seen many times, and the scene is amazing to a man who is not a falconer, as the smaller bird is overhauled first every time by the falcon, and presumably they are all trying their hardest. I have dozens of times put up a peregrine over ponds and marshes where teal and ducks were sitting together, and then flushed the wildfowl all simultaneously. In every case, without any exception, the first bird overhauled and brought to the ground has been a teal. And in the case of a long flight, when every bird has been flying for its life, the further they go, the further the teal lag behind the wild ducks. The same remarks apply to woodcock and snipe, to black game and grouse, to pheasants and partridges, all of which I have flushed simultaneously in front of hawks. In dealing with the same point in a letter written to me, Major Radcliffe makes the following interesting observations. Few people realize that the pheasant flies much faster than a partridge when they have both been going a short distance. If you flush an old cock pheasant and a covey of partridges together in a big field of turnips, you will see the partridges are quickest off the mark, and away with a bit of a lead. But the pheasant will catch them and be first over the fence if they have 200 or 300 yards to go. Again, take as an example a woodcock and a snipe. I have several times flushed these two birds together, and in no time the woodcock has left the snipe far behind him. Yet I believe that 99 sportsmen out of 100 would say the snipe flies faster than the woodcock. I have seen woodcocks give my hawks some great long-distance flights before they are overtaken in turn, but a snipe has no show at all when trying to keep ahead of a peregrine or merlin in straight flight. In his letter to the field already referred to, Major Ratcliffe further says, "There is no doubt whatever that the heavier bird of similar type is far the faster on the wing when once it gets going." It was suggested in one of the letters to the field that whilst this is no doubt the general rule, there's at least one exception to it. If asked, said the writer, to quote any instance when the smaller bird is faster than the larger one of similar type, I would say that the pochard, Fuligula farina, is faster on the wing than the common mallard, as I have seen the former pass mallards on the wing when both have been flying before a falcon. But from my experience of over 30 years as a falconer, a naturalist, and a shooter, I should say that the above case is one of the rare exceptions where the heaviest bird is not the fastest on the wing if each bird is trying its hardest and best. Colonel Meinertzhagen, whilst agreeing that the heavier bird of similar types is the faster flyer once it gets going, has kindly sent me the following observations on the foregoing statements as to the pochard and mallard. The common pochard is not a bird of similar type to a mallard, the one being a diving duck, and the other surface feeding. They differ in the proportion of wing area to body weight, also in bone structure. The pochard and all diving duck probably fly faster than surface feeding duck under similar conditions, having heavier bodies in proportion to the wing area than is ever found among the surface feeding duck. The eider duck, which is even heavier than the ordinary diving duck, Nyroca, probably flies faster than them all when once started. 4. There must be a standard length of flight to which the test is to be applied. If the question were asked, who is the faster runner, A or B? The reply would surely be, to what distance are you referring? A short or a long distance? Applying the analogy, it is obvious that a bird might be much faster than another for a short distance. But if the flight has to be prolonged, it may not have the lasting powers of another bird, and therefore would be beaten on a longer course. It seems likely that the fact of not considering one or other of these points may account for the difference in regard to some of the views held by observers of experience. For instance, may it not account for the fact that there is such a marked difference of opinion as to whether the peregrine is faster than golden plover? May it not be true that for a short distance, the latter bird may be the faster flyer, but that in consequence of its lack of staying power, it is overtaken before it goes half a mile, unless it can elude its pursuers by twists and turns? In this connection, it is worth recalling the experience of that acute and accurate observer, Charles St. John. The golden plover, he writes, is a favorite prey, and affords the hawk a severe chase before he is caught. I have seen a pursuit of this kind last for nearly 10 minutes, the plover turning and doubling like a hare before greyhounds. At one moment, darting like an arrow into the air, high above the falcon's head. At the next, sweeping round some bush or headland. But in vain. The hawk, with steady, relentless flight, without seeming to hurry himself, never gives up the chase till the poor plover, seemingly quite exhausted, slackens her pace and is caught by the hawk's talons in mid-air and carried off to a convenient hillock or stone to be quietly devoured. Colonel Meinertzhagen has been so kind as to consider the observations I have made above, and writes, I should doubt whether the golden plover has less staying power than the peregrine. The former migrates long distances, thousands of miles in the case of the American golden plover, a bird almost identical with ours, which goes from Labrador to Brazil by sea. Whereas the peregrine is nowhere believed to be a regular or persistent migrant over long distances. It is more probable that the peregrine is a faster bird than the golden plover, that the latter becomes exhausted by continued acceleration and fear, whereas the peregrine is accustomed to long periods of accelerated flight and is stimulated by hunger. Again, in reference to the difference of opinion as to whether the teal is faster than the mallard, may it not be possible that both views may be correct? In other words, that it depends upon the length of flight which the writer is considering. It may be noticed that Major Radcliffe, in the passage which I have quoted above, page 28, seems to consider it may be possible that for a short distance the teal may be faster than the mallard, though he has no doubt that the latter bird will very soon overtake the former. The falconer has certainly more and better opportunities of seeing birds flying at their maximum rate of speed than anyone else. He also has, to use Captain Portal's words, the advantage of possessing, in his trained hawk, a known quantity with which to compare the performance of other birds. Captain Portal has flown hawks at many different kinds of birds during the last 15 years, and has made certain estimates which have been arrived at after a great deal of comparison and analysis of data obtained while hawking, shooting, flying in aeroplanes, traveling in cars and trains, and walking in the country. He says, "My figures cannot be correct for every member of each species, as I have seen one partridge in an October covey fly quite 15% faster than any of its companions when all were at full speed. All I have tried to do is to strike an average for the species, the speed given being the maximum pace at which the bird can cover the ground in level flight through still air. The speeds given for the peregrine and merlin are those of good trained birds. The wild ones are faster. Here are the figures. Golden plover, 70 miles per hour. Teal and blackcock, 68 miles per hour. Peregrine, 62 miles per hour. Pheasant and grouse, 60 miles per hour. Mallard, 58 miles per hour. Merlin and blue rock, 55 miles per hour. Partridge, 53 miles per hour. Green plover and jackdaw, 48 miles per hour. Wood pigeon, 45 miles per hour. Starling, 44 miles per hour. Kestrel, 43 miles per hour. Rook, 40 miles per hour. Landrail, 35 miles per hour. The speed attained by golden plover when pressed has been estimated by airmen at over 60 miles per hour. Colonel R. Meinzerhagen, from whom I have also quoted above, states that he finds, after eliminating abnormal conditions and observations based on meager evidence, that the normal and migratory flights in miles per hour, ground speed, is as follows. Ducks, 44 to 59. Geese, 42 to 55. Waders, 34 to 51, but mostly from 40 to 51. Starlings, 38 to 49. Falcons, 40 to 48. Corvidae, 31 to 45. Tame pigeons, 30 to 36. The smaller passeres, 20 to 37. Amongst the birds which are claimed by different high authorities to be the fastest British birds are the swift, the peregrine, the golden plover, the teal, the wild duck, and the curlew. It is curious that in the various controversies on the subject, no one appears to have contended that the golden eagle may possibly be the fastest flyer among British birds. This may be because, except in certain parts of the country, the eagle is never seen, and there is necessarily very little opportunity of comparing his speed with that of other birds. In particular, the falconer, whose opportunities of comparing the speed of birds are, as I have already stated, greater than those of other class of men, has no opportunities in the case of the eagle. Moreover, the flight of the eagle, like much of the same of the fastest flying birds, for instance the blackcock, is very deceptive. He is in fact flying much faster than he appears to be. The eagle's flight, when passing from one point to another, is peculiarly expressive of strength and vigor. He wends his way with deliberate strong strokes of his powerful wing, every stroke apparently drawing him on a considerable distance, and in this manner advancing through the air as rapidly as the pigeon or any other bird, which may appear to fly much more quickly. The answer to the question, which of the two birds, the eagle or the peregrine, is the faster flyer, must even on a horizontal flight be a matter of pure conjecture. On the one hand, the peregrine has the advantage of pointed wings which make for increased wing power and speed, whilst the eagle's wings are rounded. On the other hand, there is a great similarity between the general build and structure of two birds. And there is the fact emphasized by Major Radcliffe in the letters from which I have quoted above, that, as between two birds of different size but of similar shape and make, the larger and heavier bird will always invariably fly faster than the smaller and lighter one, once the former really gets going. It is, of course, true that the peregrine is much quicker in its movements and more agile than the eagle. It is constantly on the necessity of flying at its fastest, which the eagle is not, in order to secure its food. In other words, to use the language of a stalker in discussing this question with me, the peregrine requires a warm diet and lives on its prey. The eagle, on the other hand, will eat carrion. The peregrine is probably quicker off the mark than the eagle, but this does not necessarily mean that he flies more quickly than the eagle once the latter gets going. Stalkers have unusual opportunities of seeing these two birds in flight, and almost all those with whom I have discussed this question believe that on a horizontal flight, the peregrine is faster than the eagle. This, in my opinion, is probably the correct view. It must not be forgotten that the northern falcons, or, as they are generally called, the gyrfalcons, are entitled to rank as British birds, although they are rare visitors to these isles. They are 1. The gyrfalcon, or Norwegian variety, Falco gyrfalco. 2. The Iceland falcon, Falco islandus. 3. The Greenland falcon, Falco canicans. The gyrfalcon is a very rare visitor here. 2 recorded specimens only have been obtained here, and one of these is doubtful. The Iceland falcon is a rare visitor also, although identified examples have been obtained here from time to time. The Greenland falcon is an irregular winter and spring visitor, but there are more recorded instances of this species than in the case of the Iceland falcon. The former bird, the prevailing ground color of which is white, is the most beautiful of all birds of prey. By some authorities, it is considered merely a race of the Iceland falcon, which it resembles in size and habits. The eggs of the two birds resemble one another. All these northern falcons are about the same size, and larger than, though very similar in structure to, the peregrine falcon. Speaking generally, the difference in length is about 5 inches. In wing, 2 inches. They have been very highly valued in Europe for hawking, and, as would be expected from their superior size and similar structures, are undoubtedly faster than peregrines. Writing in The Field for March 15, 1923. Major Ratcliffe says, "All the gyrfalcons are much faster on the wing than peregrines, and having trained and flown both species of these falcons for many years, I've been enabled to prove this beyond doubt." The swift has still to be considered. There are 3 species of swifts which rank as British birds. The common swift, Cypsilus apus, the alpine swift, Cypsilus melba, and the spine-tailed or needle-tailed swift, Acanthilus cordacoda, or Chotura cordacoda. The alpine swift is a rare visitor here. Only about 30 have been satisfactorily identified at different times from April to October in different parts of these islands, but chiefly in the southern part of England. It breeds in mountains throughout Central Europe and eastwards to India. The spine-tailed swift is even a rarer visitor here, only 2 recorded instances of specimens having been obtained. One in Essex in 1846, and one said to have been in company with another in Hampshire in 1879. It breeds in the mountains of northeastern Asia, and in winter goes as far south as Australia. Swifts are perhaps the most powerfully winged in proportion to their weight of all British birds. Their form is that which has been found to make the fastest sailing vessels, full forwards and lengthened, and tapering backwards. The difficulty in regard to these birds, and particularly in regard to the alpine swift and the spine-tailed swift, is to obtain the necessary opportunities and conditions for comparing their maximum speed with that of other very fast birds. It is difficult to realize, merely from a consideration of the description and measurements of these 3 swifts in the authoritative works of ornithologists, how much larger the alpine swift and spine-tailed swift are than the common swift. I've had opportunities of handling and examining the stuffed specimens of these birds in the British Museum, Natural History, at South Kensington, and should like to acknowledge here the courtesy and assistance given to me at the museum by Mr. W. P. Pycraft, Dr. P. R. Lowe, and Mr. N. B. Kinnear. The actual measurements of the 3 birds are as follows. Common swift. Length, 6.75 inches. Wing, 6.8 inches. Alpine swift. Length, 8 inches. Wing, 8.45 inches. Needle-tailed swift. Length, 8 inches. Wing, 8.1 inches. It is not generally realized that the common swift, so well known in this country, which looks so imposing in flight as it glides overhead with wings extended, is hardly so large, when plucked, as a man's thumb joint, and weighs slightly over half an ounce. Bearing in mind that as between 2 birds of the same build and structure, the larger will, when it gets going, fly faster than the smaller one. It would naturally be expected, as is the undoubted fact that the alpine swift and spine-tailed swift are faster flyers than the common swift. The falconer has in the case of the swift very little opportunity of comparing its speed with that of the peregrine. This is partly because the peregrine, whether it be the falcon, the female bird, or the tiercel, the male bird, will probably not attempt to kill the swift, it being too small a prey. There is the further difficulty that the swift rarely continues on a level flight. I have been so fortunate as to obtain the views of several well-known authorities on this difficult question: the comparative maximum speed of the swift and the peregrine. Colonel Meininterhagen says, "I should certainly say that a swift is the fastest British bird, both in its normal speed and accelerated. but any of the falcons could catch it, if caught unawares, by stooping, or perhaps two hunting together. If the swift had, say, 10 seconds warning, I do not believe any falcon could touch it. As regards endurance, those birds with the greatest endurance are the swifts, swallows, petrels, and gulls. Swifts are probably endowed with the greatest powers, being denied by nature the advantages of perching, alighting on water, or resting on the ground. I have recently been studying the power of flight of various groups of birds, and found that the wings of the swift and petrel groups have wing outlines best suited for both endurance and speed. The falcon has a wing intended for short, rapid flights, and not for endurance. You have doubtless seen falcons hunting. When they set out on a regular hunt, they are not usually much faster than their quarry, unless it is some unfortunate non-game bird, and they only gradually overtake it. But I think a falcon usually makes full use of surprise and force of gravity. If these fail, he often abandons the chase, recognizing that wearing a bird like a golden plover or teal down by sheer endurance and honest, straightforward flying is a troublesome and not always successful task. Major C.R.E. Radcliffe writes, "The point you raise re the relative speed of swifts and other birds is a difficult one to decide. I have, however, a strong recollection of a brother falconer, I cannot remember who it was, telling me that his trained merlins could easily overhaul a swift, and he told me that once or twice they had killed them. But this was many years ago, and I am not able to remember all the facts. I have often stood on the bridges here and watched swifts passing in hundreds close past me. They appear to be moving very fast when hawking after flies near the surface of the river. There is a long stretch of broad water in the river in front of my house here, and often there are hundreds of swifts flying up and down it. They go about half a mile dead straight and then turn back over this stretch of the river. I have flown fast carrier pigeons along this same bit of water, and they seem to do it in less time than the swifts. Only last summer, at my place in Scotland, I was sitting on the banks of the river watching some swifts, when a pair of blue rock pigeons came from their nests in the cliff, going out to feed, and they went clean past the swifts going in the same direction. Of course, presumably, the pigeons were in a hurry, and the swifts were not. And unless we are certain that both birds are trying their hardest, you cannot accept these things as a test of speed. If I were asked to guess roughly at the 6 fastest flying birds in the British Isles, I should place them as follows. 1. The peregrine. 2. The hobby. 3. The merlin. 4. The golden plover. 5. The pochard. 6. The blue rock pigeon. And the fastest game bird is undoubtedly the blackcock. I do not know, however, if a capercailzie would not beat him if you can get them both to take a long flight across the open, because, generally speaking, in the case of birds of similar shapes and species, the heaviest bird is the fastest flying one. Captain G.S. Blaine, another falconer of long and varied experience, has also been so kind as to give me his opinion on this question. He writes, I cannot say whether the peregrine falcon would overtake and kill a swift, but I do not think it would ever attempt the feat. Falcons do not, as a rule, attack small birds. The male, or tiercel, will sometimes stoop at them, but more in play than in earnest. The female, I should think, would never attempt to catch anything smaller than a thrush or a starling. It is very difficult to estimate the relative speed of different birds, To do so, one would have to judge correctly of the time taken in passing a measured distance on a straight course. Very few birds, especially swifts, fly absolutely straight ahead. A hobby has been known to catch swifts and swallows, and possibly a merlin would do the same. A peregrine can fly faster than a merlin, but it would not be so quick in turning and following a bird. I think a peregrine can fly faster than a teal or golden plover, though, as you observe, the latter are quicker off the mark. There are very few recorded instances, as far as I've been able to ascertain, in which a hawk has killed the common swift. In 2 of these, there was no evidence as to whether the hawk had not taken the swift by surprise. But there is at least 1 recorded instance in which a swift has been killed by a hobby in fair flight. This is to be found in that delightful book, Field Studies of Some Rarer British Birds, by Mr. William Walpole Bond. The description of the race is so vivid that, with the author's kind permission, I reproduce it here. On June 14, 1907, as I lay in a spacious clearing of a big Sussex woodland, a sudden swirl of wings gave me instant pause in my meditations. Looking up, my eyes were held by a swift, coasting earthwards in frantic haste, hotly pursued by a hobby, not many yards in his wake. I literally held my breath with excitement, for here was an occurrence of dreamland only. Speeding on about a level with the treetops, both birds measured the length of the long glade in fractional time, and the hawk gains almost imperceptibly. Then the pursued makes a mighty effort. He rises gamely, ever slightly increasing his lead. Indeed, it seemed he might shake off his deadly courser. Alas, my friend, it is to no purpose. The hobby has responded to your challenge, and now exhibits speed for which, glorious flyer though he be, I should never have given him credit. Mounting with ease above his prospective prey, the lithe hawk compels him to describe an arc, and once again to start a life, or death, struggle in a headlong slant across the clearing. That flight is his last. The swift has shot his bolt. Now inches only separate the birds. You could cover both with a very large handkerchief. Next instant, the hawk rises straight and stoops strongly. Pursuer and pursued become one. Binding to his quarry, the hawk is away over the trees at my back, without so much as the most momentary pause in the continuation of his eminently successful shikar. Indeed, this continuity of action was possibly the most pleasing part of a praiseworthy performance, since you might reasonably have expected a break, however trivial, after what must have been a long and arduous chase. As a fact, the death stroke was so featly and rapidly administered that, except that where a moment before there had been 2 birds, there was now only 1, and that a muffled clap and a few dusky feathers twirled aimlessly in the summer breeze suggested some sort of untoward happening. It was difficult to realize that anything unusual had taken place. I have seen the irresistible death swoop of the peregrine, the lightning rush of the tiny merlin. I have watched the earthward plunge after prey of buzzard, eagle, kite, and harrier. I have reveled in the agile snatch of the sparrowhawk, in the silent hovering of the kestrel, and all have I enjoyed. Here was something quite different, and even far better. Never have I seen skill so superb as was displayed by that hobby. It would therefore seem that the hobby, which is a peregrine in miniature, flies faster than the common swift even on a horizontal flight. But it is worthy of note that in both stoops referred to in this delightful description, the hobby gained by reason of gravity. True, he also gained altitude, but this may have been better maneuvering for position and not necessarily a greater speed. As the peregrine flies faster than the hobby, being a bird of the same structure but larger, the peregrine could no doubt overtake and kill the common swift if it would take the trouble to pursue so small a bird. Next, as to the alpine swift. This bird is much larger than the common swift, in length 8 inches as compared to 6.75 inches, whilst the wings are 8.45 inches and 6.8 inches respectively. And as the two birds are the same structure, one would naturally expect that the alpine swift would be much the faster flyer. The flight of the alpine swift, like that of the blackcock, which is probably the fastest flyer amongst the game birds, with the possible exception of the capercailzie, is very deceptive. Colonel Meinertagen, in the article already mentioned, describes some observations from an airplane in regard to the flight of a large flock of common swifts, feeding at an altitude of 6,000 feet over Mosul in Mesopotamia. He describes how they circled round the airplane, which was flying at 68 miles an hour, and easily overtook it. In commenting on this case, he says, "The case of the Mosul swifts is interesting. The birds are probably not on passage, but simply feeding. It is known that swifts travel great distances in search of food, and ascend great altitudes. In the Middle Atlas of Morocco, in the Himalayas, in Crete and Palestine, 4,000 or 5,000 feet and 50 miles or so in distance seems nothing to these incomparable flyers. I have had splendid opportunities of observing the alpine, common, and spine-tail swifts, Chatura, and it has been a great disappointment to me that I have never been able to get a satisfactory estimate of their rate of flight, as they never continue on a level course. On a small island on the coast of Crete, I was recently given a good exhibition of what an alpine swift can do. I was watching some of these birds feeding around cliffs in which several pairs of Eleonora falcons were about to breed. Now, this delightful falcon is no mean flyer, and as these swifts pass their cliff, the falcons will come out against them like rockets. The swifts would accelerate and would seem to be out of sight before the falcons were well on their way. So confident were the swifts in their superior speed that every time they circled around the island, they never failed to draw the falcons and seemed to be playing with them. I may add that these same falcons have little difficulty in overhauling and striking a rock pigeon, itself no mean performer. I have also seen on record the case of falcons and swifts somewhere in India, where the former failed, time after time, to come up with his quarry. I, unfortunately, cannot trace the reference. I hesitate even to guess the speed to which a swift can attain when the necessity arises. But the main point is that this, the fastest of birds, can increase his feeding speed of, say, 70 miles per hour to a velocity which must exceed 100 miles per hour. In the tables given above, Colonel Meinertagen estimates the speed of the normal and migratory rate of flights of falcons at 40 to 48 miles an hour, whilst Captain Portal estimates the maximum speed of the peregrine falcon in level flight through still air at 62 miles an hour. Captain Portal adds that the speed given is for a good trained bird, and that a wild bird is faster. In view of Colonel Meinertagen's observation from his airplane and the figures given above, it would appear to be certain that the alpine swift is faster than the peregrine falcon in horizontal flight. We have now to consider the speed of the spine-tailed or needle-tailed swift. There seems to be no doubt that this bird is a much faster flyer than the alpine swift, though at first sight, and without a careful examination of the skeletons, it is difficult to state why this should be so. I have compared various specimens of the two birds, and there appears to be little difference in their size. Colonel Meinertzhagen, who has been so kind as to discuss the subject with me, agrees that the spine-tailed swift is the faster flyer, and tells me he thinks that it is probably the heavier bird of the two, and that this may account for its greater rapidity of flight. The wing of the alpine swift is 8.45 inches. That of the spine-tailed swift is 8.1 inches. The length of both birds is 8 inches, although Dresser gives the total length at 8.5, and that of the spine-tailed swift at 8.1 inches. The genus Chaetura, to which the needle-tailed swift belongs, is easily distinguishable from the genus Apis, to which the common swift and alpine swift belong, by the wedge-shaped tail, in which the shafts of the feathers are longer than the webs and protrude like spikes. The tail is the only species, Chaetura cordicata, occurring in the British Isles. Compared with that of the alpine swift, is very short. It is almost square and has 10 feathers, which are very stiff, and the shafts of which project 4 to 6 millimeters, 0.156 to 0.234 inches, beyond the web in a stiff point like that of a needle or spine. The shafts of the primaries are very strong, and the wings very long. Gould says, in reference to the spine-tailed swift in a passage that is quoted in Seebohm, the keel or breastbone of this species is more than ordinarily deep, and the pectoral muscles more developed than in any of its weight with which I am acquainted. Probably the last mentioned facts largely account for its superiority in speed over the alpine swift. In an article entitled The 12 Swiftest Birds of Australia, in which Mr. E. S. Sovenson gives the views of himself and various friends of his as to the relative speed of Australian birds, he said that after long observation, he and they have no hesitation in stating that the spine-tailed swift is the swiftest Australian bird, and states that its speed has been computed at 180 miles an hour. Besides its swiftness, he writes, it is almost tireless of wing, being second only in that respect to the frigate bird, the bird of eternal flight. Both have very long wings in relation to the body, an indication of rapid flight. The swift, a bird of passage which crosses the wide sea after breeding in Japan, is not known to alight in Australia, where it spends a considerable time hunting its insect prey in the upper air. In A History of Birds of Europe, Dresser writes, the present species, Acanthilus cordicata, or Chaetura cordicata, and Acanthilus gigante, are said to be the swiftest birds in existence. Tickle says that he never witnessed anything equal to the prodigious swiftness of its movements. Chaetura cordicata cochinchinensis, which is to be found in Malacca, Sumatra, and Cochin, China, is a form of the spine-tailed swift allied to that species, Chaetura cordicata, which is so rare a visitor here. I have examined and compared numerous specimens of these three species of spine-tailed swifts, and it would seem practically certain, in view of their similarity in size and structure, that their speed must be similar. Mr. E. Stewart Baker, who has made experiments as to the speed of the Chaetura nudipes and the Chaetura cochinensis, writes, Both these species have a normal fighting speed of something very nearly approaching 200 miles an hour, enormously in excess of the powers of any other bird with which I am acquainted. In North Cachar, Assam, these birds used to fly directly over my bungalow in Haflang, flying thence in a straight line to the ridge of hills exactly 2 miles away, and went over the ridge, at once dipping out of sight. We constantly timed these swifts, and found that stopwatches made them cover this distance in from 36 seconds to 42 seconds, i.e., at a rate of exactly 200 miles an hour to 171.4. Writing of the Chatura nudipes, Mr. W.T. Blandford, FRS, says, "This and the other large spinetails are, I believe, absolutely the swiftest of living birds. Their flight far exceeds that of the alpine swift, and I doubt if any falcon can approach them in speed. They are generally seen in scattered flocks that play about for a time and disappear at a pace that must be seen to be appreciated." The same ornithologist refers to the Chatura indica, or brown-necked spine-tailed swift, which is a larger species, length about 9 inches, tail 2.6, wing 8, tarsus 6.8, as being equal or possibly even superior in speed to the Chatura nudipes. So wonderful is their flight that Mr. H.R.P. Carter remarked that a flock of alpine swifts, passing over immediately after some of the present species, seemed to fly like owls after the arrow-like speed of the spinetails. I think, therefore, that if the speed in horizontal flight is alone to be considered, the spine-tailed swift is the fastest bird which flies in the British Isles. That the alpine swift comes next. Then come the northern falcons, or as they are usually called, gyrfalcons, and the peregrine falcon, in the order named, except in the case of a very short flight, in which case the golden plover and teal, being faster off the mark and better sprinters, will fly more quickly than the falcons, though they will, when the latter really get going, be gradually overtaken. There remains for consideration the speed of the golden eagle and falcon in their downward flight, when stooping at their prey. There is no certain method of comparing their respective speeds in this unique kind of flight, either with one another or the speed of other birds which never fly in this way. In considering the question of the relative speed of the two birds in this particular kind of flight, I will first deal with the matter on principle, and then consider such evidence of eyewitnesses as I have been able to obtain. The falcon has, of course, one great advantage over the eagle as regards equipment for swift flight. He has the long, pointed wings typical of the true falcon, whereas the eagle has rounded wings. As between birds of similar size and spread of wings, the bird with pointed wings is faster than the one with rounded wings. Thus, a blackcock is undoubtedly faster than a pheasant, though their bodies are about the same size. Or to be more accurate, the blackcock is rather smaller than a pheasant. A striking instance of this was recently given in The Field by Mr. G. Denholm Armour, who wrote, "Some years ago, a friend of mine asked me to come to Argyllshire late in the autumn to shoot some black game, which lived in the birch and fir woods hanging along the lower parts of the hills. Our method was to place ourselves in a break in the line of the woods at the bottom of the hill, sending 2 or 3 men to drive the wood towards us. The result was usually very high birds flying downhill and very fast. On several occasions at the same time came a blackcock and a cock pheasant, of which there were a few in almost every drive. Incidentally, most of the pheasants we shot were old birds with long spurs, so were very strong on the wing. In each case, and I noticed several, the blackcock outflew the peasant by what seemed to be about 50% in pace, leaving him, as a racing car would, a runabout. The chance of comparison was very interesting, being between birds of much the same weight and size. Both started under the same conditions, and I think doing their best. Had the blackcock come alone, I think his much slower wing beat would have made one think him the slower flyer of the two. The blackcock and grouse have wings exactly alike, but the blackcock is heavier than the grouse and much faster. With the exception of the difference in the wings mentioned above, the structure of the eagle and falcon is very similar, and as has been pointed out, the larger of two birds of similar structure, once gets going, is almost invariably faster, owing no doubt to its superior muscular power and driving force. In comparing the downward flight of the eagle and falcon, it is also necessary to recollect the advantage which the former has by reason of its much greater weight. It is difficult to obtain thoroughly reliable records of the weights of the golden eagle and the different falcons, but so far as I ascertain, the weight of the eagle varies from 8.5 to 12.5 pounds, that of the gyrfalcon from 3 to 3 3/4 pounds, and that of the peregrine from 2 to 3 ounces, under 2 pounds to 2 3/4 pounds. In each case, of course, the female bird being heavier than the male. But for the resistance of the air, all bodies, light or heavy, small or large, would fall at the same rate. In fact, however, as velocity increases, a notable air resistance is set up which increases rapidly. The velocity of a body falling freely in vacuo is over 40 miles per hour at the end of 2 seconds, over 60 at the end of 3 seconds, and so on. We all know by experience the great force exerted by a wind of a velocity as low as 30 miles an hour, which most people will call a hurricane. But it is not perhaps so generally known that in proportion to its weight, other things such as shape and specific gravity being similar, a small body experiences much greater resistance than a large body. The resistance of the air to the fine particles of vapor which constitute a cloud is such that they only fall at the same rate of a few feet per hour. And in the case of two birds of similar shape and specific gravity, but one 8 times the weight of the other, the larger bird would ultimately attain a velocity roughly twice as great as the other, if both fell for sufficient distance to attain their limiting velocities, i.e., the velocity at which the resistance offered by the air is equal to the attraction of gravity. Similarly, if one bird were 4 times the weight of the other, the velocity ultimately attained under the conditions mentioned would be roughly 1.5 times as great as the other. In Notes by an Old Stalker, in the Field, for September 9, 1922, page 370, there appears the following interesting account of a duel between a golden eagle and a peregrine, which the writer himself witnessed. Although by a long way our most powerful bird, the eagle is by no means a match for some much smaller combatants. Once I saw an eagle soaring placidly along, when from a range of precipices immediately below him, a falcon shot up into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he attacked the giant bird. The eagle at once joined combat, and through the telescope, I could see his efforts to hit his adversary with beak and wing. One blow from either, and it would be all over for the falcon. But the latter evidently realized this and regulated his tactics accordingly. The movements of the eagle were slow and cumbrous compared to the rapid action and lithe activity of his adversary. Every time he dodged the eagle's stroke, and, wheeling rapidly, got in his blow before the huge bird could recover himself. That the eagle was in a great rage was evident, for I could hear him emitting sounds that resembled nothing so much as the bark of a terrier. Finally, realizing the hopelessness of the contest, he took to flight. I previously knew that the eagle was fast on wing, but the speed he now exhibited was a revelation to me. With half-extended, half-curved wings, showing never a tremor. He cleft the air straight as a bullet. The falcon pursued, but, being left hopelessly behind, soon gave up the chase. The flight of the eagle here described was obviously a glide or downward flight, when, as I have pointed out, gravity would assist his speed to a greater extent than it would in a bird of lesser weight. The peregrine. In the case of a bird of prey descending from a height on its quarry, the nearer its downward flight is to the vertical, the faster will it descend. In coming down on its prey, neither the eagle nor the falcon completely closes its wings, probably because if it did so, it would lose control. This is also true of the gannet or solan goose, which has been described as the largest and noblest looking of our seafowl. The great speed which a bird of large size can attain in downward flight can to some extent be realized by watching the gannet when he drops head first as he descends perpendicularly onto the fish in the water. I have carefully examined and compared the skeletons of the eagle and the peregrine, and tried to form some idea as to the relative muscular power and driving force of the two birds. And bearing in mind the facts stated above, and the greatly superior size and weight of the eagle, it seems reasonable to conclude on principle that the eagle is probably faster than the gyrfalcon or peregrine in a downward flight, assuming that both birds are putting forth all their powers. As regards to the evidence of eyewitnesses, I have discussed this question with many stalkers. The majority of them have never seen the eagle stoop at its quarry and strike a blow which sends it to the ground as the peregrine so often does, though they have seen the eagle seize its quarry in the air or pounce on it on the ground and carry it off. Only a few of these, however, have any doubt as a result of what they have heard from other stalkers and keepers that the eagle on occasion does adopt the former method. It is, however, an undoubted fact that although the eagle generally captures birds which he is pursuing by seizing them in his talons, or, to use the falconer's term, binding on them, he occasionally stoops on and strikes them in the air, sending them hurtling to the ground in the same way as the peregrine does. The reason why the eagle so rarely adopts this method is probably because it can secure its prey without doing so. And further, if it were to exert all its powers when descending from a considerable height at an angle near the vertical on a grouse, blackcock, or ptarmigan, which do not usually fly very high above the ground, it would incur a serious risk of injury in consequence of being carried on by its impetus and dashing against the rocks or ground after striking its prey. The interesting, and I think significant, fact is that although some of these stalkers with whom I have discussed the question think the peregrine probably flies faster than the eagle, every one of them who has seen the eagle kill its quarry in this way, and I know several, has told me that in his opinion, the eagle in its final rush is faster than the peregrine. It is also important in this connection to bear in mind the fact on which Major Ratcliffe lays such stress. That is an optical illusion to imagine that a smaller-sized bird is flying faster than a larger bird of similar shape and make, and that, as he says, 99 sportsmen out of 100 would probably tell you that a snipe flies faster than a woodcock, whereas the converse is true. An old keeper in the north, whom I have known for many years, told me that he has seen the eagle stoop at and strike his quarry on this way on 2 occasions, and that it moved in its final downward flight with the same lightning-like rapidity as the peregrine. John Finlayson, the head stalker at Killilan, wrote to me last February as follows. I have once plainly seen the eagle driving after grouse, and striking it down very similar like what the peregrine falcon does. It happened at the north end of Corioch. I was going up to Pat from Milby Way. A covey of grouse came tearing down from the low end of a knockbu in front of me, about 300 yards away, and an eagle in hot pursuit, wings gathered up and making a swishing noise. Going through the air, it struck one down, with a cloud of feathers knocked out when it did so. The eagle glided up a little, then balanced and dropped down where the bird fell. It was a little over a ridge out of my view. When I got up to the place, I saw the eagle well up the glen going fast, with the bird in his talons. My gamekeeper, Donald MacIver, who has lived all of his life in Rossshire, on one occasion saw an eagle strike and kill a blackcock. This is his account of it. In the forest of Strathconan, where I was for a number of years, I once saw a very fine sight of an eagle pursuing a blackcock. The blackcock got up at the head of a very deep corrie and came over at a very great height. The eagle was about, and soon after it. I could see him overtake the bird, and I would say that he struck him the same way as the peregrine does with his claw. I saw something drop, but could not make out what it was at the time. Then the eagle doubled in the air and caught the bird before it reached the ground. None of the other eagles I have seen after their prey have struck it like this in the air. They have always clutched at their prey, but this time the eagle struck the bird and went right past him. I was not far off and could hear a tremendous noise of the wings. When the eagle double-backed and caught the bird in the air, I would judge that the bird would be as high up as 300 feet, and when he doubled back, I should think he was not 50. Perhaps the narrowness of the corrie might be the reason for him taking the bird the way he did. I went to the place and found the head of the blackcock. There was about 3 inches of skin hanging to the head. A tear like that would be done with the claw. This is the only time I ever saw an eagle kill a bird in the air, but it was a grand sight. This happened in January 1895, in Corrievullen, Strathconan. This amazing feat in aerial gymnastics is no doubt also performed on rare occasions by the peregrine. One of the most experienced of living falconers wrote to me as follows. I have seen a very celebrated falcon which I owned for years bring off a remarkable trick several times. She used to strike at the back of the grouse's head, and I've seen her just scalp the grouse, taking a piece out of its skull, not as large as a pea, and thus killing the bird in midair, just as if it was shot. Often, when the grouse was high above the ground, I have seen the falcon then take a sharp turn in the air as the grouse was falling like a spinning leaf, and pick it up in her feet just before it could touch the ground. A very wonderful sight. An old friend of mine, who is the head stalker in one of our best-known deer forests, and whose veracity I have every reason to accept, told me an interesting story which further illustrates what fine feats in the air the peregrine falcon can perform. He said that on one occasion he saw a falcon strike and carry off a crow. As the falcon was circling higher and higher up, carrying off this crow, it was mobbed by a considerable number of other crows. For some time, it ignored them, continuing a steady upward circling flight, until one crow, becoming rather bolder than the rest, provoked the falcon into retaliation. Dropping the crow it was carrying, the falcon stooped on the troublesome crow, struck and killed it, and, turning with extraordinary rapidity, caught in the air the dead crow, which it had been carrying, and then recommenced its upward flight without further trouble from the crows. The marvelous speed of the golden eagle and the peregrine in their final rush, when stooping from a height at their quarry, must be seen to be believed. Few persons have been so fortunate as to have this opportunity in the case of the golden eagle, although this grand bird is often to be seen in some forests, and has no doubt increased in numbers in recent years. On the other hand, there are of course many persons who have seen both the wild peregrine and the trained gyrfalcon and peregrine strike down their quarry. The well-known ornithologist and wildfowler, Mr. W. H. Robinson of Lancaster, in a letter in the Field of January 28, 1922, after stating from his own experience that the peregrine can overtake the golden plover and the curlew with the greatest ease, says, "To my mind, one of the fastest things I have ever witnessed is the last effort of the peregrine in chase of wild duck, when, fast as is the accelerated speed of the mallard, it seems almost to be standing still in the air when the peregrine stoops over it." Anyone who has seen this, and I am glad to say I have, will assuredly echo these words. It is, of course, pure speculation whether, in the comparatively short flight of an eagle or falcon stooping in its final downward rush at its prey, its speed exceeds the maximum speed of the spine-tailed swift. Those, however, who have seen the last effort of the eagle or falcon in a flight of that unique kind will never believe, without scientific demonstration to the contrary, that any other bird in the British Isles can fly faster. End of section 4.
Chapter 5 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Phil Shemp. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. A Good Day in the Forest of Coignafearn. Towards the end of September, several years ago, I was so fortunate as to be invited to stalk at Coignafearn, which has always been famous for the size and weight of its deer. On reaching the lodge on a Saturday night, I heard that the head stalker had met with an accident, fortunately not a bad one, but possibly serious enough to prevent his going out with me on the following Monday. He had been out in the forest the day before I arrived, and on going up to a stag to bleed him, the stag had given a sudden unexpected plunge, which had caused the stalker to inflict on himself a nasty wound in his right leg with his knife, which was open in his hand. Another instance that no one, not even the oldest and most experienced of stalkers, can be too careful on these occasions. On Monday morning he was much better, but not fit to go with me. The season was well advanced, and my host was very anxious to kill the usual number of stags as soon as possible. It was therefore arranged that I should act as my own stalker, and take with me a watcher named McLennan. I had also 2 gillies with me, and a couple of ponies, and my host told me that he would be only too glad, if I could manage it, if I would kill as many stags as could be brought in. McLennan had never acted as a stalker, but as there is nothing I like better than to do the stalking myself, I was very pleased with this arrangement, for McLennan knew the ground thoroughly, and I felt sure that his assistance would be invaluable. Indeed, without him I could of course done practically nothing, as the ground was strange to me. We were in the forest and spying by 10 a.m., and very soon we saw a good stag with some hinds. The stalk was unsuccessful, but it was not long before we spied another good stag, and without much difficulty I managed to get into a good position within about 150 yards and shot him through the heart. He proved to be a good 8-pointer, and weighed 15 stone clean. Shortly after this we spied a large herd of deer, which were very restless, continually on the move. There were several good stags in the herd, and these were roaring and fighting, and driving the hinds about. 2 of them in particular, which looked like the heaviest, engaged in a battle which lasted for some time, but gradually one of them showed signs of being worsted, and, watching his opportunity, suddenly turned tail and bolted. It is rarely that battles of this kind end fatally. Only once have I met an eyewitness of such an occurrence. The battle was between a switch and a 10-pointer. The combatants were fighting on the side of a hill and were very evenly matched. My informant, the stalker at Attadale, said that after some time the switch, taking advantage of being on slightly higher ground, charged his adversary, and, getting past his guard, pierced his side with his antlers. The 10-pointer immediately fell to the ground dead. The stalker ran up and found that the dead stag had been pierced through the heart by his conqueror. The stag with the best horns is generally not the best fighter, and is frequently driven out by a switchhorn or caberslach, whose long skewer-like antlers are the most effective horns for fighting. The best fighter of all, however, is the hummel, a stag which has no horns at all, and which is in consequence a very heavy beast. It is astonishing how a stag will sometimes acknowledge himself beaten without any fight at all. I remember, when stalking at Filar, that I had been trying without success for nearly 2 hours to get a shot at a big black stag, which was in pursuit of a large number of hinds, and was constantly on the move, skirmishing with smaller stags and driving them away. Suddenly we heard the sound of great roaring, and saw coming from the direction of Mar Forest a huge red stag, which evidently had for its objective the hinds, who were in charge of the black stag. The newcomer kept running for a short distance, and then stopped to roar and grunt. We thought that by running hard we might reach a point near enough to get a shot at him. We accordingly ran as fast as we could in order to try to cut him off, but in vain. Before we could get within shot of him, he had passed this point we were making for. As soon as he got within 60 to 70 yards of the black stag, who was waiting and every now and then roaring defiantly in answer to his challenge, the latter seemed suddenly to realize that the contest would be hopeless, and turned tail and bolted ignominiously, being pursued only for a short distance by his adversary, who then rounded up the hinds and drove them off. But to return to my story, we tried to stalk the victorious stag, which seemed to be the best beast in the herd, but found it extraordinarily difficult to get within shot of him. There always seemed to be several hinds in the way, and as it was now getting towards 2 o'clock, we decided to have luncheon, in hope that in the meantime the deer would settle down, and that we should then have a chance at the stag we were after. We did not waste any time over lunch, and very soon again had the deer in view. They were still on the move, and we followed them for some time. The stag which we were after, which we made out to be a 9-pointer, was evidently much troubled by 2 other stags, only a little smaller than himself, and presently, after chasing away the first one and then the other, these 3 stags were between us and the herd. Now at last it seemed there was some chance of getting a shot at the 9-pointer, but before we could get up to him, he began again to chase off the other stags, and then turned, and at a good pace followed the herd which was moving away from us. The other stags then also turned and followed in the same direction, though at a respectful distance from the 9-pointer. McLennan and I, by running and crawling quickly, gradually diminished the distance between ourselves and the deer, and at last, after a quick run when out of their sight, crawled up a small hill and saw the 3 stags, the 9-pointer watching the other 2. The 9-pointer was nearly 200 yards from us when he suddenly stopped and turned, standing for a moment about 3/4 on. I saw that this was my only chance, as the stags were just on the brow of the hill, and in a few moments would almost certainly be out of sight. I therefore decided to take the chance and fired. "You have him, sir," said McLennan, as the stag, evidently hard hit, disappeared over the brow of the hill. We made our way as fast as we could over the hill, but saw no sign of the stag. The ground was rocky and very broken, and I felt sure that he could not have gone far, and was lying down hiding himself. We began to search, when suddenly the stag jumped up from under a rock about some 80 yards from us, and after running for about 500 yards farther lay down behind a rock, showing only the point of his horns. I had not shot at him again, as he was end on, and was evidently in such a condition that he could not go very far. We followed up, keeping well out of sight, but found it impossible to get a chance of shooting, so cleverly had he concealed himself. Whilst hesitating as to what would be the best course to take, the stag suddenly got up again and bolted, but this time he gave me a fair chance of a shot, and I killed him before he had gone more than a few yards. On getting up to him, we found that my first shot was not sufficiently forward, but was a raking shot through the body, and the stag could not in any case have gone very far. He was a good beast with a strong horn, and later turned the scale at 16 stone 9 pound clean. After grelocking the stag, one of the gillies went off to signal the ponyman, and McClellan, the other gillie, and I proceeded to work our way back to the lodge, hoping to get another shot on the way home. We soon spied a good stag with a number of hinds, and after a long stalk I got a good chance of taking a quick shot at a little over 100 yards and fired. The stag disappeared. McClellan thought I had hit him, but I was very uncertain, and I think I must have shot over him. A long and careful search on the ground, which was very broken, showed nothing. There was no sign of the stag, nor were there any marks of blood to be seen, and I felt satisfied that I must have missed him, though McClellan and the gillie thought otherwise. We again started to work our way back, and had not gone very far before McClellan suddenly stopped and brought his glass to bear on the face of a hill about half a mile away. He then said there was a stag with a fine wide head lying down, and that we ought to be able to get close to him without difficulty, as the ground was very broken. I proceeded to stalk this stag, and got without great difficulty within about 180 yards of him, when I saw that he was up and looking very suspicious, and that I should have to take my shot as soon as I could. We quickly got the rifle out of the cover, and crawled to another hillock about 100 yards from where the stag was. Arrived there, I pushed the barrels of my rifle over the top of the hillock, and slowly raised my head. The stag was standing nearly broadside on, looking straight at me. I fired. There was a thud as the bullet struck him, and he turned and galloped off, disappearing round a corner of the hill. I felt confident that the bullet had gone home, and we found the stag, who had been, as I thought, shot through the heart, lying dead about 60 yards from the place where he had been standing when I fired at him. He was a 10-pointer, and had a fine wide head with a good horn, and when we got him home we found, curiously enough, that his weight was exactly the same as that of the first stag that I had shot, 15 stone clean. Leaving the gillie to grelock the stag, McClellan and I now proceeded homewards, keeping a sharp lookout, and presently we saw a considerable number of stags, which were moving across the valley from one hill to another. We saw that if they were not disturbed, they would probably cross a little hill not far from us, at a point from which we could, if we moved quickly, get to within shooting distance. So running and walking quickly, we reached a spot about 140 to 150 yards from the point at which we expected the stags to pass, and arrived just in time. The stags were moving slowly, almost broadside to us in single file, and were passing over a little knoll, at which point I had a fine chance of a shot. "Take the second one, sir," said McClellan, who had his glass on them. I was just about to fire when he said, "No, not that one, but the third, he's better." Again I was on the point of shooting when McClellan said, "Wait, sir, wait. Take the fifth, he's the best." Directly the stag topped the knoll I fired, and he ran a few yards and fell down. On coming up to him I found it necessary to give him another bullet through the neck. We found that this stag was by far the best we had seen that day. He was a royal, in splendid condition, and weighed 17 stone 6 pound clean. He had a magnificent head, with very thick black horns, and long points with white tips. After grelocking him and tying a handkerchief to his horns to scare the eagles and foxes, we made our way back to the lodge. I had several good days in the forest subsequently, with one or other of the regular stalkers, but none more enjoyable than this one, in which, without the assistance of a regular stalker, I had the good fortune to kill 4 stags, averaging over 16 stone clean, without heart or liver. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. A Stalker's Peril. The accident to the head stalker, which I mentioned in the preceding article, shows that stalking, like almost every other sport, has its dangers, and everyone acquainted with the pursuit of deer knows the necessity of exercising great care in approaching them after they have been shot. A serious accident is, however, very rare, but sometimes even the most experienced stalkers, as in the instance referred to above, incur risks which they ought not to take. Far more serious than the accident which I have described was one which occurred several years ago, recorded by a former neighbor of mine in the north, the owner of a well-known deer forest. I give the story in his own words as well as I can remember. It was late one day in the forest of fauna, where I was stalking as the guest of one of my relatives, who was at that time a tenant of the forest. After a long and difficult stalk, I had succeeded in getting up to the stag and shot it. The stalker, Duncan, an excellent man of long experience, approached the animal to give it the coup de grace, and with his open knife in his right hand, seized one of the stag's forelegs with his left. Instantly the stag gave a tremendous plunge and threw Duncan back. The knife went into Duncan's thigh, and he bled profusely. Both of us made frantic efforts to stop the bleeding, but without avail. The ghillie who was behind came up, and we did all we could, but having no medical training or even a knowledge of first aid, were unable to render useful assistance. Duncan got weaker and fainter, and was apparently bleeding to death. He was, however, perfectly cool and collected, said there was no one to blame but himself, that he was awfully careless, and ought never to have taken hold of the stag in the way he did. He appeared to be rapidly getting weaker, and said quite quietly that he thought he was dying, and asked me to take some messages for him to his wife and children, and then seemed to be losing consciousness. It was getting dusk, and the ghillie urged me not to wait any longer, as I could do no good, and unless I started for the lodge at once, I should not be able to find my way. So with a heavy heart I said good-bye to poor Duncan and started homewards. From time to time I turned to look back at the two men, and at last, when I reached the top of the last hill I had to cross before losing sight of them, I turned to take one final glance. When I looked round, however, I was startled to see, close to the place where Duncan had been lying, the figures of two men walking slowly. There was no mistake about it. They were Duncan and the ghillie. I ran back again and found that soon after I left them the bleeding had stopped quite unaccountably, and Duncan, though still very weak, had gradually revived and finally insisted on trying to walk. We persuaded him to rest, and leaving the ghillie beside him, I went back to the lodge as quickly as I could and sent up a pony. Duncan got safely home, and when the doctor saw him, he said it was a marvellous escape, for if the knife had gone into Duncan's thigh 2 inches from the spot where it entered, nothing could have saved his life. End of chapter 6.
Section 7 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Joe DeNoia, Chesterfield, New Jersey. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. The Luck of Salmon Fishing. I have always sympathized with the author of the lines known as The Angler's Prayer. Lines which are not so well known as they deserve to be. Lord, suffer me to catch a fish so large that even I, when talking of it afterwards, may have no need to lie. In the spring of 1921 came the tragedy of my life as a fisherman. I had 5 days fishing in the famous River Wye. The river was dead low, and my chances of success very small. But I kept steadily at work during the time at my disposal, and on the 4th day had the good fortune, by means of the attractions of a Mar Lodge, size 4-0, to hook a salmon, which was not only the largest salmon I had ever seen, but also the largest seen in that year on the beat I was fishing. A most exciting struggle of over an hour, terminating in a wild rush of over 100 yards. The wildest rush I, or the keen fisherman I had with me, had ever seen. A grand leap high up into the air of this splendid clean-run fish, and the line came slowly back, the cast having broken a foot from the end. Elsewhere, pages 12 to 22, supra, I have told of how this splendid fish, no doubt exhausted by the struggle, was shortly afterwards killed by a far greater fisherman than any mere mortal man. An otter. Its estimated weight, as far as could be judged by its remains, was about 40 pounds. The day was Friday, April 1st, an appropriate day and date for such a catastrophe. In the early part of the following year, I received an invitation from the same kindly host to try my luck again in April on the same river, but on another and more famous beat. I gratefully accepted the invitation and set forth in high hopes and, curiously enough, with a strong sense of expectation. I might almost say the assurance of great events. For several days after my arrival, the river was so high that fishing was hopeless. But on the morning of April 18, though still high and colored, it had run down to such an extent as to be in fair condition. My host was most kind in wishing to give me every possible chance of getting a good fish, and had arranged that I should take with me his butler, C, a first-rate hand at gaffing salmon, who had been with me in the preceding year when I was so unfortunate, and was very keen to help me kill the big fish. My host sent me to try, first of all, a pool which had a great reputation. This pool is about a mile long and has to be fished from a boat, trees and bushes running throughout its entire length along both sides of the bank. My host had the fishing on one side of the river only, and on reaching the head of the pool, we found someone fishing from the other side. After waiting until this rod had fished some way down the pool, we began operations. I fished the whole morning with the fly, but with no success. And about 1:30, as the river was still so high, we decided to try the minnow, a much more favorite lure than the fly on this particular river in the spring. At my third cast, I got a pull, and was fast in what was obviously a heavy salmon. I never had a more lively fish to deal with. It jumped 14 times clear out of the water, and, making a constant series of wild rushes, took me at a great pace down the river. Some ladies of our party arrived at the head of the pool about half an hour after I had hooked the fish, and inquired of the fisherman on the other bank whether he had seen anything of me. The reply was, "I saw him fast in a big fish about half an hour ago, going round the bend of the river on his way to Hereford." Though I did not get to Hereford, which was nearly 30 miles distant, the fish took me about 3/4 of a mile down the river before I succeeded in killing it, after over an hour's battle. It was a beautiful, clean-run hen fish of 21.5 pounds. By this time, it was nearly 3 o'clock, and after a hasty luncheon, we decided to fish down the lower part of the pool. On our way, we had to pass a point where C had seen a fish rising as we came up in the morning. I fished this place with great care, and about my second cast as the minnow swung round, I got a pull and hooked the fish. I had a good deal more of my own way with this fish than the one I had previously killed, and in about 20 minutes, it was in the boat. It proved to be another clean-run henfish and weighed 18.5 pounds. The question now was whether we should fish another pool lower down the river or try the head of the same pool again. I decided in favor of the latter course, and we accordingly rowed up to the top of the pool. It was by this time 6:30. My third cast, I was into another fish, which did not show itself for a long time. It took me down the river like the fish I had hooked in the morning, but was not nearly so lively in its movements. It kept low down in the water and adopted boring tactics. After rounding the corner, as my fellow angler would have said, bound once more for Hereford, the fish made a violent rush and plunge, showing itself to be a very big fish, and looking not unlike the fish I had parted company with a year ago. We continued to go steadily down the river, the fish making strong rushes, but keeping down and moving about in a stately, heavy fashion. We gradually reached the spot where we had gaffed the 21.5-pounder in the morning, our movements being watched by the ladies of our party from the opposite bank. The fish showed little sign of giving in, and about 8 p.m. the spectators on the bank, seeing no likelihood of the battle being ended at present, went home. About 10 minutes later, the fish began to show unmistakable signs of exhaustion. After it had turned on its side 2 or 3 times, I managed to bring it near the boat, which C had moored near the bank. Just before the fish came within reach of the gaff, it made another short rush, and once more turned on its side. Again, I coaxed the great fish toward the boat. Nearer and nearer he came, and then in a moment, C had the gaff in him, and with a mighty effort lifted him into the boat. The fish was a cockfish and weighed 38.5 pounds. After examining him, we came to the conclusion that he was about the same size as the one I had lost in the preceding year, but probably longer. He had evidently been wounded in his side by a seal a fortnight previously, and though his wound had healed, it might have caused the fish to lose several pounds' weight. When hung up beside the other fish of 21.5 pounds and 18.5 pounds, he looked huge, and had the advantage of some inches over my little grandson, who was nearly 5 years old. His length was 50.5 inches, and girth 24 inches. And had it not been for the wound inflicted by the seal, he would, no doubt, have turned the scale well over 40 pounds. So ended what was for me a day never to be forgotten. I had 6 more days fishing, and killed 5 more fish, 2 of them with the fly. The other 5 fish weighed 22.5 pounds, 17.5 pounds, 17.5 pounds, 16.5 pounds, and 15.5 pounds, respectively. Strange that I should have such good luck. Strange, surely, that though others far more skillful and experienced than I am should have fished the same beats in that river, and fished many more days than I did in each year, such a great fish should have come my way in 2 successive Aprils. On each occasion, by far the largest seen or heard of in the season on the beat in question. An old friend of mine, who has fished the same river for many years and is an angler of great experience and success, told me that he has never killed any fish in that river or anywhere else larger than 25 pounds. Surely, indeed, I was the spoiled child of the fishing deities. At the close of this red letter day, two thoughts crossed my mind. First, whether the fact that so many of my kind friends had earnestly wished that I might on this occasion kill a fish as large as the one I had lost a year ago had really been a factor in my good luck. Who can tell? The other thought which crossed my mind last year, also when the great fish parted company with me, was that every fisherman must surely be a man that fortune's buffet and rewards has taken with equal thanks. Yet, as one of the keenest fishermen and gillies I had ever known, and who has now gone to his long home, used to say, it's easy talking and no easy doing. A few days later, my host added still more to my indebtedness to him by giving one of my daughters, who had never killed a salmon, though a very successful angler for big trout, the chance of trying the river. On her first and second days, she drew a blank. But on the third day, killed 3 fish weighing 20-pound, 19-pound, and 15-pound, all on the same fly. A silver doctor. Who says there is nothing in luck? The day I killed my big fish was the 3rd day in the 3rd week of the 3rd month of the fishing season. He was the 3rd fish killed on that day, and I hooked him at my 3rd cast. My daughter killed her 3 fish on a 3rd day she was fishing. Well might Falstaff, Merry Wives of Windsor, Act 5, Scene 1, say, this is the 3rd time. I hope luck lies in odd numbers. My daughter's performance was far more satisfactory in every way than mine. For fishing with the fly is, of course, incomparably superior to fishing with the minnow. At least, nearly every angler I have met says so. I venture to think, however, that my friend, Arthur Chaytor, K.C., is one of the most accomplished and skillful of salmon fishers, in his delightful book, Letters to a Salmon Fisher's Son, is altogether too severe in his castigation of minnow fishing. Avoid minnow fishing for salmon, he says, page 89, as a canker that will eat into some of the very best days of your fly fishing. But need it do so? It is a dangerous thing for you to begin its use. Then in the most entertaining passage he describes how the river has cleared and has become perfect for the fly. It ought to be a tip-top day, but you are tempted of the devil to try, just for an hour, the phantom minnow. And then you will go on with the minnow all day long, dragging out the fish. And at the end of the day, feeling that you have been rather a butcher than a fisherman, and that you might also as well have used a net. This means, of course, that success in minnow fishing is simply a matter of luck, and does not depend on the fisherman's skill. In a later passage, he describes in most forcibly and amusing language the relapse to minnow, when after a good day minnowing, you find next morning that the water is right for the fly, and you resolve to make it a day of fly only. You put on your best fly, and you begin, full of hope. For an hour or two, you cover much water without a single rise, and you begin to doubt whether the fish mean to take at all today. Soon, just to see whether they will move at all, you put on your spinning rod just merely to have one try down the pool. A fish takes the accursed thing, and you are lost. Abandoning all sense of decency, you pursue the horrible craft, and at dusk, you stagger back to the fishing hut with 6 great fish upon your back, and with your conscience hanging about the neck of your heart, which keeps on protesting in vain that this was really no day for the fly. Even Chaytor, however, admits that, in a cold, wet season, when the river is in flood for weeks together, with only odd days when fishing is possible, the minnow can be really and legitimately useful. On the other hand, in contrast to the above warnings and diatribes, Mr. J. Arthur Hutton, who is so well known, particularly in connection with the Y, and is, of course, a most experienced and successful salmon fisher, as well as one of the most learned in the life history of the salmon, describes spinning for salmon as a form of fishing requiring a very large amount of skill and experience, which may provide one with sport on those many occasions when the fly is useless. A fine art, which requires much practice and long experience, far more so than fly fishing. For every good hand with a spinning rod, he says, you may find 20 who are excellent fly fishermen. I remember a friend of mine in the north, whose old keeper had been with the family for many years, and known him since boyhood, telling me that he knew so well the old man's contempt for and abhorrence of minnow fishing that he did not dare to use the minnow when the old man was out with him, and never allowed him to know that he did use it. This old keeper would have applied Chator's epithets to minnow fishing on every occasion, but would never have agreed with him for a moment that even on rare occasions it could be legitimately used. Those like the old keeper, and I doubt if in these days there are many such, might, to use Mr. Hutton's words, seriously consider whether they might not add largely to their sport and also to their opportunities of fishing by learning to spin for salmon. The river is not always in fly order. There are many occasions on which the water is too high, or too much colored for the fly when salmon might be caught with a minnow or other bait. In the same way, in deep, sluggish pools, when it is almost impossible to work fly effectively, a bait properly used may effect wonders. What, then, is the conclusion of the whole matter? It is this. Paraphrasing the words of the famous authority on all things piscatorial, Mr. H.T. Sheringham, it is certain that good luck is the most vital part of the equipment of him who would seek to slay the big salmon. For some men, I admit the usefulness of skill and pertinacity. For myself, I take my stand entirely on luck. End of section 7. Section 8 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Joe DeNoia, Chesterfield, New Jersey. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. A stormy week in the forest. Amongst my stalking experiences, I shall always remember a week which I once had, early one season, in a famous forest on the west coast, through the kindness of my friend, the proprietor, to whom I have been indebted for many excellent days' sport. I've had long experience in stalking, but have never known worse weather than we had in this particular week. The rifles consisted of my host, Stuart, a fellow guest, and myself. I was out stalking 6 days. On Thursday, our first day, we killed 5 stags between us. My host and Stuart each got 2, while I got 1. So far as my experiences on that day were concerned, I had no opportunity of a shot until near the end of the day, when we came upon 2 stags, one of which I shot. As it was late in the day, and I had only 1 pony, I did not shoot at the second stag. The following Friday, Saturday, and Monday were terrible days of mist and storm. The mist never left the tops of the mountains all day long, although there was a strong wind blowing. It appeared to come up from the sea in great banks, and although we waited on each day for it to clear off, we did so in vain. On Friday and Saturday, I never had a shot. On Monday, until late in the day, it looked as though I was to have the same experience. About 4 o'clock, however, having been lying on a ridge overlooking a wide, deep quarry, the mist suddenly lifted for very few minutes, and we spied some deer moving downwards on the far side of the quarry, and amongst them what appeared to be 2 or 3 good stags. There were also a number of hinds rather nearer to us than this lot of deer. We decided that the only way in which we should be likely to get a shot at the stags would be to go right round the upper edge of the quarry and try to get in between the hinds and the other lot of deer, amongst which were the stags. This entailed a most uncomfortable walk. The wind was so strong that one could hardly stand. It was quite impossible to keep a cap on one's head, and it rained or hailed incessantly. At last we got round and went down to the lower ground. We then managed, with a good deal of difficulty, to crawl safely past the hinds and found that the other lot of deer were moving slowly, feeding downward. After a time, the deer lay down on a small hill in a sheltered place. We crawled up to the top of an adjoining hill about 140 yards distant. We there made out that there was one good stag, an 8-pointer, who was lying down, and whose horns only could be seen from the place where we were lying. I got into position to shoot, in case the stag should rise and give me a chance. It was now about 5:30, and we thought, considering how late it was getting and the conditions of the weather, that we should not be kept waiting very long. The stag, however, did not move for about half an hour, when he got up and turned round, and immediately lay down again. Time went on, and what with the cold and wet, I began to shiver, and felt that I must do something to alter the conditions of things. It was close on 6:30, and we were 5 miles from the point where it had been arranged that Stewart and I were to meet the car, if possible, at 6 o'clock. And in any case, not later than 7. I told the stalker that he must get the deer up somehow or other, and that he had better whistle them up. He had strongly advised me not to do this, but wait a little longer, as, if we did so, they would probably bolt and not give me a chance to shoot. I, however, persisted and said that we could not keep Mr. Stewart waiting any longer. Besides, I was getting colder and colder. I therefore whistled. The deer took no notice. "A little louder," said the stalker. I whistled louder. 2 of the smaller stags got up, and then the 8-pointer on the far side of the hill slowly got up, looking in our direction, and exposing his body over the edge of the hill. A fair broadside shot, at about 140 yards. I fired. "Just over his shoulder," said the stalker. And the stag still stood, as stags often will do when the bullet passes over them. I fired again, and the stag instantly fell. "Good shot," said the stalker. I loaded the rifle and handed it to the stalker, who began to put it into its cover, when suddenly The stag jumped up and galloped off. The bullet had no doubt grazed the spine, causing temporary unconsciousness. When a stag drops instantaneously, as this one did, he is often only stunned, and it is well to be on the alert and get up to him at once, ready if necessary to shoot again. This was no new experience to either of us. The old stalker had been over 50 years in the forest and had seen the same thing happen many a time. Nor was it new to me. We watched the stag as he galloped away, apparently none the worse for his narrow escape, and I certainly felt very foolish. The old stalker kindly began to make excuses for me. The line was right, but you were just a little high, he said. Your position was not good. You had been lying long, cold, and shivering in the wet. Yon cartridges are lighter than your regular ones, and that is why you shot over him. No, no, I replied. I missed because I could not shoot straight. It is a bad business. Anyhow, it is better than having wounded him badly and then lost him. It is a comfort to think he is really very little the worse. Now we have got to get back as quickly as ever we can. And then in the gloom and mist, running and walking and tumbling, away we went. The last mile was down a hill path filled with loose stones. At last we reached the end of the road and saw the car coming up from a point just a mile lower down the road, where Stewart had arranged to meet us. Well, I said, I hope at any rate that Mr. Stewart has got a stag, if not two. The stalker had been looking carefully at the road. No, he said, Mr. Stewart has no stag the day. I said, how do you know that? Oh, he said, pointing to the marks on the road. His ponies have come home trotting. Look at the marks of their hoofs. And if Mr. Stewart had got a stag, the pony would be walking. As soon as the car arrived, we found that the stalker was right, and that Stewart, who had only arrived at our meeting place a few minutes before, had got no stag, never having had a shot. On reaching the lodge about 8:30 p.m., we found that our host had not yet returned from the river, where he had gone to try to get a salmon, and it was not until an hour later that he returned. He too had had bad luck, having hooked a large fish, which it was impossible to follow, and which had taken out in its first rush at a terrific pace some 50 yards of line. And then, a strain being put on, broke the casting line, which, it subsequently turned out, had been used in the spring fishing and had not been properly tested before being used again. Thus closed the third chapter in a day which illustrated the truth of the proverb that misfortunes never come singly. The following day, Tuesday, showed no signs of improvement in the weather. Thick mist on the tops, steady rain, and a wind, as usual, in the wrong direction. Stewart was obliged to drive some miles off to see a friend, but I determined once more to try the hill. This time, I was sent out on the home beat. I started off with a stalker and an old ghillie named Angus, who had so much experience that he would have made an admirable stalker, and who was always very keen. I also had 2 ponies and a pony boy. The pony path goes straight up the mountainside for 2.5 miles. By the time we reached the point where the path stopped, we were close to the edge of the mist, and the outlook seemed hopeless. We decided to cross over to the opposite hill and go down on the other side, hoping that by that time, the mist might have lifted. We left instructions with the pony boy to wait for 2 hours, and then if he heard nothing from us, to go back right round to a point on the other side of the hill and wait there. On our way up the hill, I found some beautiful little bastard pimpernel in flower. Not very common in this part of the country. As we worked our way up the mountainside, the wind became stronger and the rain heavier. It was intensely cold and very difficult to see what was in front of us. Having arrived at the ridge, nearly 3,000 feet up, we tried to spot the quarry below. What with the tremulous wind and driving rain, this was a matter of the greatest difficulty, and in conditions of this kind, I always think there is a better chance of picking up deer with first-rate field glasses than with a telescope. I managed, with my field glasses, to discover 2 stags feeding in a sheltered part of the opposite side of the quarry. And, after shifting our position in order to get a better view of them, we found that there were some hinds feeding below them. We came to the conclusion that the only chance of obtaining a shot at the stags was by getting between them and the hinds. After some trouble, we succeeded in doing this. But old Angus, who knew the quarry well, said the wind at this place was very uncertain, and that it was a question whether the stags would not get our wind. We had hardly uttered this warning before there was a fatal puff in the wrong direction, and away went the stags long before we were near them. We decided to go on and try the next quarry. It is difficult to imagine a greater contrast than the comparative warmth and peace which we were now enjoying, as compared with the strife of the elements outside the quarry. The rain, too, had stopped, and I said to the stalker, "No wonder the deer came here. What a haven of rest!" We now worked our way across the ridge and then spied the big quarry below. We discovered 2 lots of stags. Those in the first lot were moving on. The others were lying down in a place where they could be stalked without much difficulty. We therefore crawled some 400 or 500 yards, and, creeping cautiously up to the top of a little hill, saw the stags had got up and begun to feed. There was one quite clean about 50 yards below us, and another also clean about 130 yards from where we were lying. I fired at the near stag, who fell dead at once. I then covered the other stag and pulled the second trigger. Result, a misfire. I hastily reloaded and fired, killing the stag. We then went down to the stags which I had shot. The first was a 6-pointer, whose horns and teeth showed him to be an old warrior. The second, a 9-pointer, was a younger beast, rather heavier. Both stags were in good condition, and weighed 13 stone 9 pound, and 14 stone 3 pound clean. After grolishing the stags, we dragged them down the hill to a point from which we could signal to the pony boy. The ponies had long been used for carrying stags, and stood quietly whilst the stags were put on them. We soon reached the pony path, and after a walk of 5 miles, reached the lodge. The following day, Wednesday, it rained and blew all day, and the mists hung low on the mountains, so that it was quite useless to attempt any stalking. The next day, Thursday, was the last day of my visit and that of Stuart. Stuart was particularly anxious to kill one more stag in the company of the second stalker, because he had killed his first stag in his company 16 years ago in this forest, and had since then killed 48 stags in various forests. The day looked anything but propitious. There was mist and rain, and the wind was again in the wrong quarter. My host said he would go fishing up in the glen. Stuart was sent to try one of the far beats in the company of his old friend, the second Stalker, whilst I was left to try the home beat again. As we went up the hill, the mist gradually lifted, and we saw 2 huge golden eagles circling round and round. We saw no deer up to 2 o'clock, but whilst taking lunch, we suddenly saw several stags coming round the side of a distant hill. We hastily finished our lunch and set out on what proved to be a long and exciting stalk. From time to time, we had to remain lying perfectly flat, not daring to move a muscle. Once we thought every chance of success was gone, for an old cock grouse rose with his "Go back! Go back!" as we were nearing the rock from which we had hoped to get a shot. The sun, of which we had seen nothing for so long, kept coming out and going in again. On a long stalk of this kind, it is extraordinary what one sees, and how ineffaceable is the memory of these sights. The eagle circling over the high tops not far distant, the blue hare leisurely making off, then stopping, sitting up, and looking back. The ptarmigan, so beautiful in its mottled plumage, running in front of us, stopping now and again and peering around. The old cock grouse rising with its warning described above, which too often brings the stalk to an untimely end. The many insects, some of them so strange and weird that we see as we lie flat, gazing into a clump of grass and moss. The granite boulders sparkling in the sunlight as if studded with many diamonds. Most, if not all, of these things I saw in this particular stalk. Everything, however, comes to an end, and so at last I succeeded in getting a shot at the heaviest of the stags, who was standing on the side of a very rocky and precipitous hill. He ran a few yards and fell down dead. It was, indeed, fortunate that he fell where he did, caught between 2 rocks. For immediately below these rocks, nothing could have stopped him from rolling down a precipice of several hundred feet. And, as old Angus said, the venison would not have been worth taking home, and the horns would have been smashed to atoms. The stag, an old one in good condition, was dragged down to a place where the pony could come up. And, leaving Agnes to find and help the pony boy, the stalker and I started to work our way homewards across the hill. We had been moving slowly onwards, spying from time to time, when we discovered a large number of stags feeding below us. A circuitous stalk brought us up to them, but in a very awkward position. It was impossible to get a shot, except by coming up to a point at the top of the hill below which they were feeding, and we should then be much too close to them. There was, however, no choice, and after a cautious crawl, we reached a point from which we could see the horns of stags moving away from us, at a distance of not more than 30 yards. Crawling as flat as possible to the top of the little hill, the stalker slowly raised his head, and as he slowly lowered it, he then whispered to me, "There's a fine stag there, but he won't wait long, and you'd better shoot over my back." I cautiously raised the rifle over the stalker's back in the direction indicated, and, slowly raising my head, saw a fine stag with a good head, standing broadside on about 70 yards away, looking straight at me. As quickly as possible, I covered the stag's heart and pulled the trigger. There was the unmistakable thud as the bullet struck the stag, who instantly turned and disappeared. "He'll be all right," said the stalker. "You don't often hear a bullet strike more distinctly than that one did." And on reaching the point where the stag had been standing, we saw him about 80 yards below, lying dead. He turned out to be a royal, with very regular points and a good head, although he was going back and had evidently been better. Like 2 of the 4 stags I had previously shot, he was an ancient warrior. The mist, which had temporarily lifted, now came down again thicker than ever, and the stalker said that we would have an awful job to get the stag down, as it was a heavy one, and the ground was very awkward. We growlocked the stag and took out the heart and liver in order to make him as light as possible, and then we set to work to get the stag down. This was a very heavy job, and I could not help thinking, as I had often thought before, what an excellent thing it would be if everyone who was going to stalk, whether proprietor, tenant, or guest, were obliged, sometime or other, to take part in dragging a stag to the place where he is to be put on the pony, and help in putting him on the pony. We succeeded at last in getting the stag down, and the stalker then arranged to wait on the pony path lower down, in order to meet old Angus and the pony boy, who would be bringing the first stag I had shot and the ponies. I took my rifle, the luncheon bag, and the sticks and glasses, and struck across the hill for the lodge. On my way down, I began to speculate as to the age of the 2 old stags I had shot that day, and came to the conclusion that they were probably not less than 14 or 15 years old. The old Gaelic saying, which shows how little was formerly known as to the age of a stag, came into my mind. Tre ish coin, ish hike. Tre ish hike, ish dunya. Tre ish dunya, ish fehe. Tre ish fehe, ish farin. Tre ish farin, ish tabrok. Which may be translated, thrice dog's age, age of horse. Thrice horse's age, age of man. Thrice man's age of deer. Thrice deer's age of eagle. Thrice eagle's age of oak. It is probably true to say that a stag in its wild state rarely lives beyond 16 or 17 years of age. In those forests, which are on islands, for example, Jura, stalkers have unusual opportunities of observing and learning the history of particular stags. And I recollect when stalking in North Jura 2 years ago, discussing the subject with John McKay, the head stalker. He told me that he had several times been familiar with a stag all through its life, and in more than one instance had seen a stag with a fine head gradually lose its points, until at last it had only comparatively short, upright, narrow horns with 2 short brow points. The stag itself losing steadily, both in size and weight, and becoming very light in color. I reached the lodge about 6:30. The stags weighed very nearly the same weight, 16 stone 2 pound and 16 stone 5 pound clean, the royal being slightly heavier than the other. Our host returned about 8 o'clock, having waited an hour past the time at which he had arranged to meet Stewart. The car was sent back for Stewart, who, however, did not reach the lodge until 10:30, after a very long and strenuous day. He had, however, secured his 50th stag after a most troublesome stalk. He was not able to get a shot till past 7 o'clock, at which time he was about 7 miles from the lodge. So ended a most delightful week's sport, notwithstanding the awful weather which we had had. End of section 8. Section 9 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Joe DeNoia, Chesterfield, New Jersey. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. A salmon loch in Sutherland. Fishermen's stories are said to be proverbially untrustworthy, and the great majority of people, at any rate of those who are not themselves fishermen, never seem to suppose that in the case of a fisherman, as in the case of everyone else, truth may sometimes be stranger than fiction. I've been a fly fisher since my earliest days, and have had many good days both with the salmon and the trout. But I have never had a day full of such surprising contrasts as the day which I had with a brother of mine many years ago, in the early part of September, on a loch through which flows one of the best of the smaller salmon rivers in the north of Scotland. Strange as were the events of that day, I can vouch for the absolute veracity of the following story. The loch in question is not very large, and is not deep at any part. It contains a good many trout, about 3 to the pound, and at certain periods of the year, many salmon. We had a long drive from X, where we were staying, and reached the loch around 10 a.m. We had with us a ghillie, a salmon fisher of long experience, and a typical Highlander, in height about 6 foot 3 inches, whose name, like his hair, was Sandy. We had not expected to have any salmon fishing while we were at X, but fortunately I happened to have with me my salmon rod as well as my trout rod, and we arranged on this day that we would fish with the 2 rods alternately, and that as soon as one of us caught a salmon, the other would take the salmon rod. When we arrived at the loch, there was a good breeze blowing from the west, with no sun. We put a medium-sized jockscot on the salmon cast, while on the trout cast we put, as a tail fly, a queer, nondescript fly, which Sandy fancied, and, as a bob fly, a March brown. These 2 latter flies were the ordinary, medium-sized loch trout flies, and we thought it wiser, as we knew that there were a lot of salmon in the loch, to put only 2 flies on the trout cast. My brother began fishing with the salmon rod in the stern of the boat, while I tried in the bow for trout. I very soon rose 3 or 4 trout and managed to secure 2, but my brother had no luck with the salmon. We had not been fishing for more than half an hour when the wind went down and the sun came out. The surface of the loch became absolutely calm, just like a sheet of glass, and fishing appeared to be hopeless. The salmon now began to jump in different parts of the loch, and, although Sandy said it was perfectly useless, we kept trying to cast over them. At length, however, we gave it up and sat waiting for the breeze. Suddenly, a salmon rose about 20 yards from the boat. I said, "Come on, Sandy, put me over that," and taking up the salmon rod, proceeded to cast over the place where the salmon had risen. With great difficulty I got the line out, and it was dead calm. I cast once, twice, and for a 3rd time, and just as I was getting to the end of my cast on the third attempt, up came the salmon, rising, apparently, not with the intention of taking the fly, but with the intention of drowning it. I struck at him and hooked him, as we discovered later, by the tail. And a very lively time he gave me. He played for about 25 minutes, during which time he never showed himself, and we all thought he was much larger than he turned out to be. He was a nice, clean fish, about 9¼ pounds. By the time we got him in, the wind had risen, and we began to fish again. My brother taking the salmon rod, whilst I fished with the trout rod from the bow. I had not been fishing for more than a few minutes before I rose something which did not show itself. I struck and exclaimed, "I've hooked him!" Away went the line off my reel for about 30 yards. At the end of this run, the fish, a salmon which looked considerably larger than the one we had already caught, jumped right out of the water, high into the air. Then began the longest and most exciting struggle I have ever had with any fish. The rod with which I was fishing was a light 11-feet trout rod. The cast was a medium-sized trout cast, and I had on my reel about 40 to 50 yards of medium-sized trout line. There is no doubt that I should have several times lost the fish, had it not been for the extraordinary skill and speed with which Sandy followed him and managed the boat. 3 times nearly all my line was taken out, and once I had only a few inches left on my reel. After the first rush, the fish plunged deep down, and for a time adopted boring tactics. I was able to recover most of the line he had taken out, and then he had made another run and a jump. And for some time after that, we followed him over the loch. On 2 occasions, he made the most determined efforts to get into some weeds, and it was only by keeping a very severe strain upon him that I managed to keep clear of them. I never played a fish which jumped so many times or sulked less. On one occasion, after taking a large amount of my line, he suddenly turned and headed straight back again for the boat. And although Sandy did all he could to keep out of his way, the fish startled us at the end of his mad run by jumping suddenly clean out of the water within 3 or 4 yards of the boat and falling with a tremendous splash. Do what I could, I did not seem to have any real effect on the fish, who seemed to do almost exactly as he liked with me, except on the 2 occasions when he tried to get into the weeds. When, expecting every minute that we might part company, I was determined, whatever happened, that he should come where I wished him to come. We saw that the fish had taken the bobfly, and this added to my apprehensions, as I was afraid, particularly as I knew the loch was not deep, that the tailfly would catch something at the bottom of the loch. And there, then, would be a catastrophe. Time wore on, and my back and arms began to ache most prodigiously. Still, the fish seemed as strong as ever. My brother said he must have some lunch, and whenever Sandy and I got the chance, we managed to eat some sandwiches. I began to wonder how much longer the fly would hold, and whether this fish would prove to be one more of the many good fish lost through the fly working out at the end of a long fight. I could do nothing except hold on for all I was worth, keeping as tight a line as I could. And, of course, lowering the point of the rod whenever the fish jumped, as he frequently did. As time went on, however, the rushes made by the fish were not so long, and he seemed, at last, to have abandoned his leaping tactics, which had given me so much anxiety in the earlier stages of the struggle. The fish was gradually becoming exhausted, and the strain on the rod and line seemed to be much greater. "He'll be turning soon, I'm thinking," said Sandy. The end, one way or the other, could surely not be far off now, and we discussed the question whether or not we should try to land. But, on the whole, we thought we had better not run the risk of getting into very shallow water. At last, the fish turned on his side, though he quickly righted himself and made another short run. Sandy had got the boat in about 3 feet of water, a few yards from the bank. He handed the oars to my brother, seized the gaff, and got out of the boat. I slowly reeled in my line. There was another short rush from the fish, and again I reeled him up. Nearer and nearer he came to the boat, and again turned on his side. Suddenly, in less time than it takes to tell, Sandy had the gaff into him and was struggling to the shore. Safely landed, the fish was speedily given his coup de grace. He was a very red male fish, weighing rather over 10¼ pounds, and I had hooked him in the hard part of his upper jaw, which accounted partly for the fact that I had so little power over him, and also for the fact that the hook had kept its hold so well. "Now then, Sandy," I said as I got out my flask. "If any man ever deserved a drop of good whiskey, you do." "Shlanta," Gaelic for your good health, said Sandy. "It was a grand fight, sir. I've never seen a better." "How long do you think you were playing him?" said my brother. "Somewhere about an hour, I should think," I replied. 4 hours and 6 minutes, he said. "I looked at my watch when you hooked him, and it was then just 1 or 2 minutes before 1:30. And I looked at my watch when Sandy gaffed him. It was then 25 minutes to 6. I counted the number of times the fish jumped, and it was 17. I don't suppose you noticed it," he added, "but there was a cart going off with peats near the loch soon after you began to play the fish. And it came back again not long ago." We heard afterwards that the men in the cart thought I was playing another fish when they passed us on the return journey. The light was going, and we pushed the boat out again. I handed the salmon rod to my brother, and he began to fish from the stern of the boat, while I fished again from the bow with the trout rod. Sandy allowed the boat to drift slowly along the edge of some weeds. I don't think I had more than 3 or 4 casts when, just as I was nearing the end of my cast, a salmon, which looked as bright as silver and about the same size as the one we had just killed, rose at my tail fly, with a head and tail rise as if it meant business. And, as it turned to go down, I felt the hook go home. The fish did not run, but worked about near the surface of the water, close to the weeds, as if it did not realize that it was hooked at all. "Back the boat quickly, sir," said Sandy, handing the oars to my brother and seizing the gaff. My brother took the oars and backed the boat quickly in the direction of the fish. I reeled up my line. There was a momentary vision of about 3/4 of Sandy leaning out of the boat, a tremendously quick, lightning-like movement of the gaff, and the salmon, gaffed with extraordinary skill behind the shoulder, was in the boat. I do not think that more than 4 minutes could possibly have elapsed from the time that I hooked the fish to the time it was in the boat. It was a beautiful, clean-run female fish, with a small head, and in perfect condition. It was very lightly hooked, and if it had run or jumped at all, it would almost certainly have got off. It weighed within a few ounces of the weight of the fish which had given me such a tremendous battle. And yet, owing to the extraordinary skill of Sandy with the gaff, and the speed with which my brother had acted, this fish occupied us only as many minutes as the other one had hours. We continued to fish for a short time, but it became dark so rapidly that very soon we had to stop, and without a further rise of any kind. End of section 9. Section 10 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Joe DeNoia, Chesterfield, New Jersey. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. The Homing Instincts of Wounded Deer. In these days, one hears so much the homing instincts of animals and birds that the two following authentic instances of deer, whose habits are not so generally known as those of some other animals, may be of interest. Stalkers, and those who know the habits of the red deer, know well that a stag, when wounded, will seek what he knows from experience to be a haven of safety. Thus, if he has come in the rutting season from his native forest, and is wounded on other ground, he will assuredly make for the sanctuary in that forest. So, too, if he has been born and reared in a particular part of the forest, and has come to regard that place as his home, he will struggle to reach it if wounded. One interesting illustration of this has come within my own experience, and another was related to me by the stalker who was with me on the occasion referred to. I was stalking in a forest, upon part of which unusual conditions prevailed. That part, which was nearest to the lodge, was enclosed by a deer fence. But, owing to careful management and the introduction from time to time of fresh stock, there are some very good heads in that part of the forest. I always prefer, however, when I have the chance, to stalk on the open ground outside the fence, although it means harder work. And it is the far beat, and part of it is on the very high and precipitous ground. It has, however, this great fascination that one never knows what sort of stag one may find there. The forest itself is an exceptionally good one, and marches with several of the finest forests in the Highlands. On the day in question, I was on the far beat and secured a good stag after an exciting stalk. After seeing the stag safely put on the pony in charge of the ghillie, the stalker and I set off toward the farther end of the beat in the hope of getting a second stag. Not far from the march, on precipitous ground covered with rough boulders of rock, we spied a good stag with a large number of hinds. The deer were in an awkward position, and we found that it was impossible to get nearer to them than 200 yards. The day was getting late, therefore this was probably our only chance. The stag was moving about and might very soon be over the march, so that there was no time to be lost. Getting quickly into the best position I could, I fired, and evidently hit the stag very hard. Directly I fired, the deer disappeared as if by magic. The stalker said he was quite certain the stag could not go far. On reaching the spot on which the stag had been standing when I fired, we found marks of blood, and had no difficulty in following these for some 50 yards, by which time we were close to the march, and in full view of a large quarry and other ground, all of which was in the neighboring forest. We saw what were evidently some of the hinds making off across the march, but the stag and the rest of the hinds were nowhere to be seen. We moved a little farther on where we could get a view of the other ground, when suddenly there was a tremendous clatter of loose stones, when we saw the stag and some 20 hinds about 120 yards from us. The deer stopped for a few seconds, the stag looking straight at us, and then away they went. We ran quickly to the point where they had disappeared, and saw the hinds we had last seen with the stag going in the direction which the other hinds had previously taken. But the stag was not with them. "He cannot go far," said the stalker. The ground was very much broken up by large stones and boulders, and we both thought that the stag must be lying hidden not far from us. We were quite certain from the position we were in that we could not have failed to see him unless he had turned back below the hill and gone into the forest from which we had come. We noticed the hinds stopping every now and then and looking back, as they so often do when one of their numbers has been wounded and is behind them. By following the marks of blood on the stones, we traced the course the stag had taken for about 200 yards. But after that, we lost the tracks. We made the most careful search, and the stalker went some distance into the adjoining forest, but all in vain. The light was beginning to go, and at last we decided to give up the search, for that day at any rate. The stalker, who had had his glass on the stag when I had fired at him, said he was quite sure from what he saw then, and from the way the stag was bleeding, that he had been mortally wounded and could not live long. I felt very much depressed, for if there is one thing that distresses me more than another, it is to leave a wounded stag on the ground. And though I thought the stalker with his experience was right in thinking that the stag could not live long, particularly as I knew my rifle, and felt sure that I must have hit the stag somewhere not far from the heart, the fact remained that one could not be quite sure what had really happened. This was the last day of the season, and I was leaving on the following morning. The stalker promised me that he would search the ground on the following day, that he would also tell the stalkers in the neighboring forest, and that if he had heard anything of the stag, he would let me know. "I shall certainly know the head if it's ever found," he said, "for when the stag looked straight at me, I could see the space between his forks at the top. It was a 10-pointer, I think. The points were very regular, but as far as the head goes, it is not much to grieve over, for it was on the narrow side. Still, it is a bad business," I replied. "If we only had had a tracker, we should certainly have had him without any trouble. A really reliable tracker is indeed invaluable on an occasion of this kind, but it is only in a few forests that dogs are now used in following wounded stags. The noble deerhounds, which were the trusty allies of our fathers on the hill, have, during the last 40 or 50 years, been replaced in those forests, where dogs are still used, by the golden retriever, or more often by the collie, the two dogs last mentioned having been found more suitable for pursuing wounded deer. The deerhound was so high-couraged that he would not bay the stag, but would pull him down or be killed by him. A further objection was that he would hunt by sight rather than by scent, it not being in his nature to put his nose to the ground, and it was therefore practically impossible to train him as a tracker. I heard no more of the wounded stag until the following season, when I once more found myself in the same forest. I asked the stalker whether he had any news of the stag. He said, "That is a question. The stalkers in the other forest never found any stag, but a very curious thing has happened. About 20 yards inside the fence, at the nearest point in that part of the forest which is fenced in from where you shot the stag, that would be about a distance of 3 miles, the skeleton of a stag was found last April. The head stalker on that part of the forest tells me he is quite sure that it is not a stag that was shot inside the fence. I've got the head here, and will show it to you. I examined it carefully. It was a good regular head of 10 points, with remarkably long forks at the top, and I thought it looked a better head than that of the stag I had shot, and said so to the stalker. He replied, "It is the same shape, and I well remember noticing the space between the forks at the top. Not only that, but in April when we found him, there were no stags in that part of the ground, and had not been for some time. Also, by the bleached condition of the horns, I'm quite sure he must have died in October or early in November, and he could not have died a natural death after the winter was over. As to his getting through the fence, at that season of the year, stags have a wonderful way of getting through a fence if they want to do so. If he was mortally wounded after he had got outside, he would be sure to go back to the place where he was born and knew he was safe. And depend upon it, he would find his way back through the fence where he got out. One can never be sure, but on the whole, I think he is the stag you shot. You see, the only way he could have gone that day without our seeing him was out of sight round that hill in the direction of the fenced-in part of the forest. I am sure he was mortally wounded. He had seen us, and after seeing us, being wounded, he would go straight on, as you know, so long as his strength would carry him, and he would go straight to his old home. They're wonderful in that way, dear R. I shall never forget how I was taught that years ago when I was out with a young chief at X. I asked the stalker to tell me the story, which I give in his own words. About 12 years ago, when I was a ghillie at X, I was out one day with the chief's son late on the season, about the end of the first week in October. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we saw a royal stag and some hinds above the black shed, between the lodge and the second stalker's house, and after a successful stalk, he fired, but wounded the stag, just grazing him in the lower part of the body. The stag did not give the rifle another chance, but turned his head fair south, toward the top of the sea. We watched him crossing the top, then we made for where we saw him crossing. And we saw him about 300 yards away as he was going down the opposite side, and he was still going south, then getting out of view into a hollow. The stalker did not lose his chance, but made a sprint to get up to him, which he managed to do. But the wily fellow was always keeping his back to his enemy, and making fast for some private corner where he hoped he would be safe. The trigger was not pulled for him. Being in plain ground there, and the royal stag fast on the move, we could do nothing but wait and watch where he can cross the next ridge, which was fully a mile away. Once the stalker saw him cross, we made at once for the spot he went out of our view, getting there as soon as our legs could carry us. And after spying that part of the ground very carefully, we failed to pick him up. That was in the center of the Glacian, a piece of ground about 1.5 miles square, very level, with shallow peat bags, and guarded on 3 sides with slightly rising ridges. The distance between where the stag was wounded and where we lost him was about 7 miles. By this time, the light was failing, so we had to make tracks for home. One evening, a few days later, when it was beginning to get dark, the head stalker was out about the larder and noticed a stag with some hinds above the lodge. And putting his glass on him, at once he knew the stag he had run after a few days before. I was just after getting home from the hill, and he ordered me to go and shoot him. The rifle I'd never fired before, and the sight, although marked for 100 yards, I afterwards found to be a 70-yard sight. I got to about 100 yards from the stag, but having the evening light and being among the juniper bushes, I had to shoot off my hand and missed him. There was no other chance that evening, as the light was getting bad. 2 or 3 days after, about 10 o'clock in the morning, I was going along to the Buffy, about a mile from the lodge, when I saw about 20 hinds and a stag amongst them. And after putting the glass on him, I knew it was the same stag. I at once went back to tell the head stalker, but finding him not home, I took the rifle. I got to about 120 yards of the stag, but shooting too low, I grazed his foreleg below the heart. He did not give me another chance then, but left the hinds and turned to the south across the top. When I got to the top, I noticed him about half a mile from me. Keeping him in view, he went for about 2 miles south, then turning southwest, I kept him in view for 3 miles, then lost sight of him. But I could understand by the movements of some hinds the line he was taking. I made for the place where I lost sight of him, but having got there, I could see nothing. I followed up the burn that rises at Carn and Ness, and after getting halfway up the burn, I came out to the open to spy. I was spying for some time and was putting my glass in its case when I noticed a black object about half a mile away, about the size of a blackcock. I used my glass, and who was this but the royal lying in the center of the glacier, on quite level ground. He was lying down licking the scratch where I'd wounded him earlier in the day. With great difficulty, and after a long crawl, I got to about 70 yards of him, and shot him through the neck. That was a lucky range, as the rifle was sighted for 70 yards. I was in an awful mess through crawling in burns and gutters after him, but I was very keen on getting him. And as an old chap once said to me, when you have a difficult thing to do, you must not be minding your clothes. Well, I was pleased I got him, and I was sure he could not live very long. I considered what to do. My first idea was to put him into some safe place and come for him the next day. So I took him to a burnside into a hollow and hid him. But before doing so, I put a small chack with my knife above his brow antler to know him if I ever saw him again, as I did not know who might be looking at me. I was in doubt whether I would take his head off or leave it there all night. I at once changed my mind, as it was so good ahead, I did not like leaving him out there all night. I cut his head off, giving him a long neck for being stuffed. That finished, I shouldered the royal head, took him back 5 miles to the Buffy, left him there that night, and took it 2 miles further to the lodge the next day. And today it hangs in the chief's mansion. The young chief was very glad to get it. The head was a very good royal, thick horns, points equal and well-shaped. The distance between the place where I shot him through the neck and the place we lost him the day the young chief wounded him is hardly a half-mile apart. That day the stag was first wounded, he went whatever a distance of 6 or 7 miles to that quiet spot in the center of the glacier. The day I shot him through the neck, I followed him for about 8 miles from the place where I'd grazed his foreleg below the heart. He never saw me. He never stopped, always making for that private spot, the place in the center of the glacier. So this stag went 2 times to that same place, as he hoped he would be safe there. And possibly that stag might have been lying in the same bed both nights. This shows the distance a stag will go for safety, and that he goes back to his old home, the spot where he thinks he is safe. And so I believe that my friend the Stalker must have been right in thinking that the stag he had found in April was a stag I had shot in the early days on the preceding October. End of section 10. Section 11 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Joe DeNoia, Chesterfield, New Jersey. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. The method by which eagles and hawks secure their prey. As is well known, the eagle lives largely on carrion such as dead deer and carcasses of sheep, differing in this respect from the peregrine falcon, which lives exclusively on what it kills. Generally speaking, the eagle secures its prey by pouncing on it on the ground and carrying it away in his talons. He swoops down at a great pace in a slanting direction, and in this way, not only captures hares and rabbits, but also grouse and ptarmigan on the ground, and young ducks on the loch. It is very interesting to watch the great bird searching slowly along the side of the hill, about 50, 100, or 150 yards above the ground. Then he suddenly pounces, and in a moment is up again and away with his prey in his talons. So regularly does the eagle adopt this method of capturing his prey on the ground, that I have met stalkers who have told me that they do not believe that an eagle can overtake any swift-winged bird such as grouse or black game. This is certainly wrong, for the eagle does sometimes, though comparatively rarely, adopt the other method of securing his prey, the method which I have already described. See page 64, supra. That of pursuing and catching his prey in the air, and in this way, without doubt, captures blackcock, grouse, and ptarmigan. I have already stated, see pages 57 to 70, supra, that in my opinion, the eagle in his downward flight is faster than the peregrine. Even in his horizontal flight, once he gets going, he can fly very fast if he chooses, but of course is not nearly so agile and cannot turn and twist with the rapidity of the peregrine. And the result is that when he overtakes his quarry, he frequently misses him. Nearly 100 years ago, one of the most acute observers among ornithologists wrote as follows. In another part of the western highlands of Scotland, we had an opportunity of witnessing the powers of flight of this bird in pursuit of its quarry. An old blackcock was sprung and was instantly pursued by the eagle, who must have been on a neighboring rock unperceived, across the glen, the breadth of which was at least 2 miles. The eagle made several unsuccessful pounces, but as there was no cover and the bird large, it probably fell a victim in the end. Lastly, as I've already said in the pages just mentioned where I have fully discussed the matter, the eagle on rare occasions swoops down at a terrific pace on his prey in the air, striking it to the ground, but not clutching it, or, to use the falconer's phrase, binding on it. The eagle has a great partiality for hares, cats, young fox cubs, and young lambs. I remember James McIntosh, head stalker at Loch Rosk, telling me that on 2 occasions whilst waiting at a fox den, he had shot an eagle. He added that, whilst the old foxes are away, the cubs, when they get hungry, sometimes make such a noise that they can be heard at a considerable distance, and that he believed this attracts the eagles, particularly if their area in which they are rearing their young happens to be in the vicinity. He went on to say that he thought this accounted for his sometimes finding fox dens containing only 1 or 2 cubs instead of the usual number of 3 to 7. There is no doubt that eagles sometimes attack deer calves, fixing their talons in their victim's neck or back, and striking the calf with their wings. They frequently hunt in pairs, and have been seen to drive the calf over a precipice. On rare occasions, eagles have been known to attack a full-grown stag. In certain parts of the highlands, they have lately increased in numbers, and perhaps as a consequence, their ordinary food not being so plentiful, have become bolder. Only last year I was stalking in a forest where a few days earlier a stalker had witnessed a most unusual incident. The following is his account of what he saw. A gentleman and I were out stalking on the 25th of September, and while the gentleman was having lunch, I went off about 200 yards to have a spy. I got a stag lying at the foot of a rock. While I had the glass on him, an eagle suddenly swooped down and attacked him. The stag went headlong into a bog, but managed to get up. I then ran back to the gentleman, thinking we would have a shot. But by the time we got back, the stag and eagle were over the skyline, and the eagle still following while going over the skyline. But after that, we don't know what happened, as both eagle and stag went out of sight. Donald Matheson, who has had a lifelong experience in the forest and has only recently retired after having been for so many years stalker at Glen Shildeg to Mr. C.J. Murray of Loch Carron, told me that on one occasion, but on one occasion only, he saw an eagle attack an adult stag. It would be, as far as I remember, he said, between the 6th and 10th of October in the year 1888, when I was spying one morning at the forest stables. I picked up a stag on the top of Glen Shildeg, quietly feeding on the Glashnock side. And while having my glass still on the stag, an eagle swooped down on his head. The stag fell on his hindquarters, but was soon on his feet again and ran for his life, while the eagle was fixed on him. The stag made for a thick clump of birch trees, and immediately the stag got under cover, the eagle could not keep its hold, owing to the thick branches of the trees, and left the stag. The eagle kept hovering for some time above the wood where the stag was concealed, but at last flew away. While stalking in the neighboring forest of Applecross 2 years ago, Colonel the Honorary Claude Willoughby had a most interesting experience, a description of which he was kindly given me permission to reproduce here. On 30th September 1921, he writes, I was stalking with Alec Mackenzie on Applecross. We had come through Corrie Carrachin into Corrie Nana and spied a stag with hinds on the west face above the loch. The wind was west, and after a difficult and exceedingly good stalk across the corrie and above these deer, avoiding hinds, also another stag with hinds, we arrived at a point within 150 yards of the stag we were after, and found him lying down. Owing to the light and the distance, I determined to wait for him to rise before shooting. After waiting half an hour, hinds which we had seen beyond the place where he was lying came galloping past him. He rose, and I shot him. He fell dead. We at once saw that the reason of these hinds galloping was that an eagle was after a calf which had separated from the herd. We saw the eagle land on the calf's back twice, but the calf escaped. The eagle then attacked a hind in the herd. A kestrel hawk now joined in and mobbed the eagle. This attack lasted only a short time. The eagle then circled round my dead stag, the kestrel soon after disappearing. The eagle settled on a rock about 5 yards from the dead stag, and remained there until we showed ourselves. All this took place within 200 yards of us. On the Tuesday following, Lord Derwent also went stalking on Applecross, near Corrie Attadale. He and the head stalker Finlayson saw an eagle attack a calf, which it knocked down twice, but the calf escaped. There has been much difference of opinion, and from time to time considerable controversy, as to how the peregrine kills its prey. Some stalkers and ornithologists believe that it is done with the edge of the wing, a smaller number with the beak, whilst others think it is done with the talons. The last mentioned view is that which is, I believe, universally held by falconers, who after all have many more opportunities of seeing how it is done than any other class of men. I have frequently discussed this question with naturalists and stalkers, keepers, and others interested in the subject, and have listened to all they could tell me. I have also had the great advantage of hearing at first hand from falconers of experience their views and their reasons for them. Further, I have myself been so fortunate as to see the wild peregrine pursue and stoop at its quarry. I have seen it strike and kill it, and on occasion miss it. In addition to this, I have read everything I could find on this subject, both in the older and more modern books of authority. I am satisfied myself that the view held by the falconers is the true one, and I cannot state their conclusions better than, or indeed so well as, by quoting from 3 letters that I have received. The writers of these 3 letters have kindly given me permission to quote their views. Major C. E. Radcliffe, who has had almost unrivaled experience as a falconer, writes as follows. All forms of falcons and short-winged hawks, such as sparrowhawks and goshawks, always strike their quarry with their feet, and never with anything else. The killers are those which bind to their quarry in the air, that is, pick up a bird in their feet, and never let go of it until they have come to the ground. A really experienced old trained falcon does this 9 times out of 10. Sometimes, however, when stooping from a great height, the impetus of the falcon is so terrific that she seems to know that if she binds to her quarry, the impact will be so great as to nearly tear her legs from her body. Thus, when stooping at a heavy bird like a grouse or a pheasant at great speed, the falcon slightly throws upwards on her impact with the quarry and delivers a raking blow with her single, long back talon. By this means, her back talon being sharp as a razor, I have seen a grouse ripped open from its tail to its neck. I've seen its wing broken, and I've seen its head cut off. All falcons are very careful not to risk touching anything with their wings. Hence, a falcon will never really stoop at a bird on the ground with an idea of catching it, but they will keep stooping just over a bird they can see on the ground in the hope of flushing it, and then they will catch it in a minute. I have seen falcons and hawks break their wings by striking the smallest twig on the branch of a tree when misjudging a stoop at a bird. Therefore, you can imagine how easily a hawk would smash its wing if it attempted this. To hit a heavy bird like a grouse or pheasant, going at terrific speed. If you threw a lawn tennis ball against a falcon's wing coming at you at the rate of over 100 miles per hour and hit its wing bone, that hawk would never fly again. I have many times in my life, when casting lightly with a very small trout rod, just touched the wing of a swift or swallow with the tip of the rod. I never broke a rod thus, but nearly always broke the bird's wing. I think, when you come to consider these things, you will see that a hawk dare not strike the smallest bird with its wing. It uses its beak only to finish off a bird on the ground, and this she does by breaking the bird's neck with its beak. I have lived amongst wild and trained hawks all my life. I can assure you the above facts are true. The reference in the above letter to the peregrine killing a grouse by striking it with its talon reminds me of the following interesting notes in Birds of Great Britain, 5 volumes, published by the author, John Gould, FRS, in 1873. Evidence forwarded to Mr. James Burdett, keeper to the Earl of Craven. On dissecting a coot I saw taken and dropped by a peregrine falcon, I found the neck dislocated at the third joint from the head, and an appearance as if the sharp point of the hind claw had penetrated the brain at the occiput. Captain C.F.A. Portal, DSO, writes as follows. I have seen many dozens of game birds struck down by trained peregrines within 50 yards of me, and I can definitely state that the hawk invariably aims a blow with the talons at his quarry. So true is a peregrine's aim that he generally gets home with both his hind talons somewhere near the middle of the quarry's back. But often he hits a wing and breaks it, and occasionally he breaks the neck in the same way. I have examined hundreds of birds, partridges, killed by hawks, and I've always found the mark of 2 hind talons, or one of them. The decapitation is generally performed within a few seconds of the hawk's alighting on the dazed or crippled victim. It is performed by one powerful wrench of the beak. No peregrine will eat or even pluck a living bird. In my experience, it is a rare thing for a peregrine to strike a bird dead in the air. It does occasionally happen that the blow falls on the head or neck, but what generally happens is that the bird is thrown violently to the ground with a wing broken, or the back dislocated. The concussion on the ground dazes it, and the hawk quickly drops down upon it and kills it with its beak. The merlin often kills comparatively large birds, e.g. the thrush, fieldfare, golden plover, etc., by strangling them, as its beak is not strong enough to break their necks. It kills larks, etc., in the same way as the peregrine kills his quarry, that is, by sudden dislocation of the neck. The sparrowhawk kills its prey by gripping it with its feet and driving the claws into his body. This is a slow death sometimes, and the sparrowhawk has none of the true falcon's scruples about plucking, and even, I fear, beginning to devour a living bird. I do not like the sparrowhawk for this reason, though. Of course, the falconer can generally prevent cruelty by killing the quarry himself. Captain G.S. Blaine, another falconer of great experience, also has no doubt on the matter. In a letter to me on this question, he writes, "A peregrine strikes with its talons only. Of this I am certain, having seen the blow given to countless quarries at close quarters. How the other idea, that of striking with the wing, could possibly have originated, I do not know. It is quite obviously impractical. If a peregrine administered the terrific blow which she delivers when striking a quarry with her wing, breast, or beak, she would be knocked out at once and permanently injured. A peregrine can easily, after recovering from her stoop, turn over again and catch the quarry in the air. I have seen this often done when the bird had been struck high up in the air. If near the ground, it would fall before the hawk could get hold of it. Many also often catch and hold a quarry without knocking it down. This is the way most successful game hawks catch grouse or partridges. When struck, the blow is delivered on any part of the body. It may be the head, and it may be the back of the wing, which may be broken. In Reminiscences of a Falconer, John Nimmo, London, 1901, Major C. H. Fisher writes, "The blow is given by the falcon's strong and sharp hind talons of each foot, usually sharp as a needle, and driven at great speed by a bird weighing over 2 pounds. As illustrating the falcon's stoop, Mr. Fisher describes how he saw a wild falcon strike a greyhen twice. He says, page 97, as illustrating the force of a falcon's stoop, I may mention an incident which occurred to me on the banks of the River Oren when fishing. From some bracken, I put up 3 greyhens. Down came a wild falcon from the sky at the middle bird. I saw and heard the blow. The greyhen staggered on, leaving the usual tribute of feathers behind her. Up rose the falcon in the grand and stately style so few trained hawks can ever adopt or regain. So much did they lose by captivity. Over and down she came, and down fell the quarry, as dead as though shot by a bullet. Down too went my long rod, and off went I. On this occasion I took possession of the wild hawk's prey. On examining the effect of her 2 blows, I found that 3 ribs on one side were cleanly cut through and separated from the backbone, as by a chop with a heavy knife and a strong hand. And 1 talon had entered and split the base of the skull, from which the brains were protruding. One of the foremost advocates on the contention that the fatal blow is inflicted by a stroke of the wing is Mr. Tom Speedy, who deals with this subject in his Natural History of Sport in Scotland with Rod and Gun, pages 102, 103. He bases his argument first on the supposition that when the fatal blow is struck on the back of the quarry, the skin is only bruised and not torn. He writes, "A keeper friend of mine near Kingussie witnessed a grouse struck down by a peregrine, and as there was not a mark on it, he sent it to me. Carefully plucking it, I noted that with the exception of a bruise along the spine, there was no other mark on it. Yet the blow had been sufficient to cause instant death. This comports with my own observations, and it is difficult to understand how this blow could be struck by those terrible talons without the skin being torn. As the heads of grouse are frequently cut off when struck by a peregrine, it is the opinion of foresters who have watched them with their glasses that it is done by the wing. Falconers deny this, and maintain that it is done by the hind talon. How, then, it may be asked, can this be done when there is not a scratch on the victim, but only a bruise indicating where the blow was struck? The answer to this argument is that there is absolutely reliable evidence to the contrary. In other words, that sometimes the skin is torn. Major Radcliffe, in his letter referred to above, writes, I have seen a grouse rip open from its tail to its neck. Captain Portal says, I've examined hundreds of game birds killed by hawks, and I've always found the marks of the 2 hind talons, or one of them. Sometimes, no doubt, as in the instance referred to by Mr. Speedy, there is a bruise along the spine, and the skin is not torn. But this is no doubt to be explained, as is pointed out by a writer cited below, by the way in which a falcon shuts his feet when stooping. The hind talon of each foot closes over the foretalons, thus forming a kind of keel, and the bone on the back of the grouse is strong enough to prevent more than a severe bruise. Mr. Speedy continues. It is argued that it is impossible the bird could be killed by a blow from a hawk's wing, as the wing would certainly be injured. I have seen a retriever stunned by a blow from the wing of a swan, and but for my being in close proximity in a boat, it would certainly have been drowned. Those who have put their hand into the nest of a wood pigeon are familiar with the blows even a half-fledged bird can give with its wing. I have been struck with the fight a wounded wild goose can put up, and the blows it can inflict on a retriever with its powerful wings. But, with all respect, surely the blow of a large powerful bird like a swan or a goose delivered in this way is a very different thing to the blow which is delivered by a peregrine when stooping at its quarry at the terrific speed with which it then flies. And, in my opinion, the view taken by experienced falconers, such as those quoted above, that the wing would most certainly be broken or badly injured, is the correct one. Finally, Mr. Speedy says, when a falcon strikes a bird in the air, there is a loud clap, which I have heard several hundred yards away. This would not be the case if struck by the talons. I venture to think, however, that the argument based on the sound caused by the impact carries Mr. Speedy's contention no further. Would not this loud clap naturally be expected if the peregrine struck its quarry in the manner described? In conclusion, then, what is the correct view of the matter? In the words of a recent writer, the truth seems to be that the falcon shuts its feet when stooping, the hind talon on each foot closing over the foretalons, thus forming a kind of keel. When the falcon strikes a grouse, the latter may be partially or wholly decapitated, or it may be severely bruised on the back. The neck of a grouse is soft, and the keel of a peregrine's hind talon is sufficiently sharp to cut it, whereas on the back of a grouse, the bone is strong enough to prevent more than a severe bruise. The shock of impact must, however, be tremendous, for a bird so struck hurtles to the ground at once. When the peregrine strikes, one hears a loud clap, audible at a considerable distance, and it is this noise that has given rise to the theory that the falcon strikes with its wing. If the peregrine used the latter, however, in all probability the wing would be seriously damaged or broken, because the pace at which a falcon stoops must be seen to be believed. There is another interesting fact in regard to this fine bird which is not generally known. There seems little doubt that he deserves the description which has more than once been applied to him, that of a wanton murderer. Thus, Charles St. John, in his classic work, Wild Sports and Natural History of the Highlands, says, Chapter 10, the peregrine seems often to strike down birds for his amusement, and I have seen one knock down and kill 2 rooks, who were unlucky enough to cross his flight, without taking the trouble to look at them after they fell. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Tim 811. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. Instances of wounded stags attacking stalkers. It must often have occurred to everyone who has had experience in stalking what a very different sport stalking would be if stags realized their power and had no fear of man. It is, of course, well known to everyone who is interested in the habits of deer that a tame stag in the rutting season is one of the most dangerous animals, and some years ago a tragedy occurred in Rossshire when a stalker was attacked and killed by a stag which he had himself brought down from the forest as a calf and which knew him well. I have often asked experienced stalkers whether they have ever known an unwounded stag attack a man, but with one exception, I have never heard of any such case. The one instance to the contrary is that given by Mr. Frank Wallace in his delightful book, Stalks Abroad. In describing his stalking in New Zealand, Mr. Wallace gives what he describes as the only really well-authenticated instance which he can vouch for a wild stag attacking a man, and adds that most likely the darkness and time of year had something to do with the stag's boldness. He thus describes the incident. It was dark by the time B and his guide reached the riverbed, which at the point they struck it is very wide. They had scrambled along over the boulders and rocks with which their course was strewn for some distance, when they saw a dark object lying on the stones in front of them. This presently resolved itself into a sleeping stag, who, hearing them approach, jumped up and disappeared. They had not seen the last of him, however, for a little later they encountered him again, apparently very annoyed at having been aroused from his beauty sleep and determined to wreak vengeance on someone. Seeing them, he seemed to think they would be suitable objects on which to make a start, and advanced with lowered head. B threw a stone and hit it in the flank, but this had no effect, and the animal advanced a few paces nearer and stood swaying its head from side to side a few inches off the ground. As someone had to go, and the stag seemed disposed to give no quarter, B fired a shot, but without effect. The stag still advanced until a second shot took him in the chest and finished him off. I saw him the next day where he had fallen. He had a small head of 6 points, and was obviously a young beast. There are, no doubt, rare instances of a wounded stag attempting to attack a man. I myself have never known such an instance, and although I have often asked old stalkers whether they have ever known of anything of the kind, I have only once met with anyone who has had such a personal experience. The head stalker of a well-known forest recently told me that on 2 occasions he had known of wounded stags attacking a man. The story of his experiences interested me so much that I asked him to write it down in his own words. This he did, and the account he sent me was as follows. I enclose here a long detail about the only time I happened to see wounded stags attacking. You will find it a long story, but it so impressed itself on my mind, I could not help giving the movements of each day in full. Twice in my experience of 24 years, I have seen a wounded stag attacking a man. The first happened on September 25th, 1902, when I was stalking with Mr. A. In our start in the morning to the first spying place, we usually on the way moved some hinds, but did not trouble about this, as seldom stags were seen so low down till October and stormy weather came. But this morning, when near the spying place, what was my surprise to see to our right, lying on a flat mossy bank, a fine big stag with 10 points. He did not see us, and we were preparing to stalk him when some of the hinds we moved passed a little beyond and carried him away. So we sat down and kept our glasses on them for a long distance till they settled and began to feed. But the stag kept on walking slowly and climbing till he went out of sight over the ridge beyond. We had to make a long detour to get past the hinds, and when we got to the top and spied, we found our stag some 2 miles away, lying with a few small stags close to the march, in a position fairly easy to stalk if he waited for about half an hour. We at once dipped down into the corrie at his right and moved along till opposite him. We then climbed till within 80 yards. He was still lying, so Mr. A came to the conclusion to take him before getting up in case he would lose him on the march. Mr. A fired and hit high near the spine. The stag got up but fell without making a step. I ran up to bleed him, and, crossing below, I noticed his head up again and hurried up, when he made a straight bolt at me. With a quick jump to one side, I got clear of his head by a few inches. He toppled down the face and fell in a hollow. I think it was then he broke his back, as he could only raise his forepart. I called on Mr. A to come up and finish him, as he was a dangerous beast. When he came in sight to one side and raised the rifle, the stag half turned toward him and gave a loud, defiant roar, which was cut short by a bullet through the neck. He weighed 18 stone 2 pounds. The head had a wide span and long, but the horn was rather thin and smooth, which showed he was past his prime. Whether he roared because he could not manage to get at the man, or with fright when he saw the rifle, it is hard to guess. But I remember thinking how like his roar was to the roar of 2 stags at each other on opposite sides of a corrie. The second time was in 1907, about October 1st. This season we got some heavy stags on my beat. The heaviest was 20 stone 5 pounds, and Mr. B, with whom I was then stalking, was keen to make a record average weight. One day we were spying near the far end of the beat, and saw a stag traveling on to our ground. At first we could not make out what he was, until he joined a bunch of hinds and showed us his broadside, when at once we saw he was a fine big beast, and, although neither of us said so, I believe we both thought at the time it was bigger than our 20-stoner. The day was getting late, and it was hard to stalk him where he was, and so near the march, if a failure, so we left him in peace, hoping for favorable wind and weather the next day. Next morning we were early on the move and over the tops at best pace till we came to the spying point. We saw the same stag and hinds on the same face, but lower down, and if anything, harder to get at. We went round the top of the corrie to get straight above them. The place was a green, steep face without a particle of cover, but fine and smooth to slide down at a steady, flat crawl. When within 300 yards, I raised my head up to spy out the best way. What did I see right in our path and under a small bank, and not over 5 yards away, but a small knobber? To pass to either side without him seeing us was impossible. I turned to Mr. B and asked him what he proposed we should do, but got no answer, and then I said I would pitch a small stone to make him move somewhere. I saw Mr. B nodded assent. Then, after having a look to study the little stag's position, I lowered down and pitched a stone on a guess, when I heard a sharp click, like as if I hit him on the horn. He got up sharply and ran down at a terrific pace towards the near hinds, and they ran for a short distance down, when they suddenly all stopped and began to look sharply up towards us. I may admit I got palpitation, and from what I heard at my back, I was getting no praise for my aim. Then we noticed the big stag, which was lying below and on the far side, rise, and giving a loud roar he made straight for the knobber, and drove him out and up towards us. But the little fellow got round him, and ran again into the hinds with the big stag in hot pursuit. The big stag drove him down and across the river, which was the marsh. He stood on the bank and gave a parting grunt, and then began to drive his hinds up towards us. We at once began to crawl slowly down so as to get the cover of a small hump that was between us, which we managed to do in good time and get the rifle ready, for shortly we saw the first of the hinds appearing about 15 yards to our left. They at once noticed us, but as we were then turned into 2 stones, they only shied off a little and moved slowly uphill, except one, which began to circle round to get into our wind. I kept my eye on her to see when she would give the alarm, when we were to move over the hump and chance the stag being within shot. But before anything happened, I felt a touch from Mr. B, and, looking round, saw the top of the big stag's horns appearing quite close. When he noticed us, he stood with a ferocious look towards us. Mr. B quickly took aim and fired. I saw the blood gushing from the stag's throat, low, and near his foreleg. He staggered and fell. Mr. B, getting up suddenly, threw his rifle down and ran over to bleed him. I went to pick up the rifle, and then, turning to have a look at our trophy, lo, there was the stag up and Mr. B holding on firmly to both horns, his arms well out and rigged and kept well back close to his shoulders, the stag giving nasty digs and always trying to get into him. I saw at once that things were not looking well, so I loaded the rifle so as to disable the stag by shooting him through the haunches. When I stepped near for fear of accident, they began of a sudden a merry-go-round and round, so fast that I dare not shoot. They went round and round 6 or 7 times. I saw something would have to be done quickly, so putting the rifle away, I stepped close and plunged in on the opposite side, taking hold of his horns, so with the weight of 30 stone between us, we pulled the noble brute down, when Mr. B managed to put the knife into his throat. Now, this stag was losing a lot of blood all the time and must have been losing his strength, which I consider saved us, and in my opinion the stag was keener to get into the man than to get away, for I noticed he always circled towards him. Mr. B, as a rule, always bled his own stags, and this time, after taking hold of the horn to bleed him, the stag got up suddenly, and Mr. B stuck to him, and then Mr. B found he could not safely let him go, as he saw at once the stag would turn on him if he got the least chance. He said to me after it was all over, "That was a very near thing," and so it certainly was. My friend Vincent Balfour Brown has reminded me that the latter instance of a wounded stag attacking a man is similar in some respects to Charles St. John's thrilling story of the Muckle Heart of Ben Moore, in his Wild Sports and Natural History of the Highlands, in which case, to use Balfour Brown's words, the stag was certainly keener to get into the man than to get away. End of section 12.
Chapter 13 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. Trapped. I never hear anyone mention spring tide without thinking of an experience which I had whilst duck shooting on the northwest coast of Scotland. On the afternoon of a certain autumn day, I went out to try to shoot wild duck. the plan being that I should be landed with my gun and spaniel on a rocky islet in a certain sea loch, and that I should wait, taking what cover I could amongst the rocks, whilst the boat from which I was landed should be rowed up to the head of the loch in order to flush the wild duck, of which there were always numbers there at that time of the year. It was known that on being disturbed the duck would fly down the loch toward the open sea, and some of them would probably cross the rocks on which I was waiting. It was a fairly quiet though misty day when we set out, but there were clouds gathering in the east, and it looked as if there would be a storm before long. In due course I was landed on the little island, which was quite small and consisted of low-lying rocks. I said to my old fisherman, who with another man was rowing the boat, "Are you sure that these rocks are never covered by the sea?" He replied, "Ah, no, it is all right." Away went the boat, and in it besides the two men rowing were an old friend of mine, who was a cautious Scot, and two ladies. Not long after it was out of sight, the wind rose, and rain began to fall. After a time some duck passed out of shot, then a single bird which I killed, then after another interval a big lot well out of shot, and then at intervals 2 single birds, one of which I brought down. The spaniel had enough to do to retrieve the birds with the strong tide and high wind. Just after this a storm of wind and rain swept down the loch, and the sea became very wild. I was still thinking about the duck, but felt no anxiety after what the old fisherman had said. After a time, however, I began to feel some apprehension, as the tide was rising very rapidly, and there was only a comparatively small part of the island uncovered. I thought I had better make up my mind as to which was the highest point on the island, and particularly where I should have the best chance of retaining my footing if the sea rose much higher. I selected what seemed to be the best place for this purpose, with some short rocks in front of me, and took up my stand, peering into the mist from time to time for a sight of the boat, and hoping every moment to see it. There was now so small a part of the island uncovered that I was getting very wet from the waves, which were breaking with some force, and my dog was very excited, barking and whining and making a great fuss. Things were becoming very serious, and I could see that unless the tide turned within a few minutes, the rocks would be covered. The water rose so high and so rapidly that I was now standing in water, and the ducks I had shot were washed away. Still no sign of the boat, and the tide was still rising. The waves by this time were breaking over the rocks, and for a few moments I was thoroughly alarmed, as I realized that if the tide rose a little higher I should probably be washed off, and though I could swim, I had no reasonable hope of being able in that sea to swim the considerable distance which separated me from the mainland. However, the feeling of fear was very short, and was followed by a grim determination to hold on for all I was worth, and, strange as it seemed to me afterwards, a pleasurable excitement in what I realized was going to be a desperate effort to keep my footing. There were very few points of the rock left uncovered now, and the tide was still rising when suddenly out of the mist I saw the boat coming, rising and falling in the angry sea. To cut a long story short, it was a most dangerous and difficult job to take me off the rocks without upsetting the boat, but it was managed all right by the two men, the older of whom was a very experienced seaman. In less than 3 minutes after they got me off, the point of rock which I had been on was covered, and there was nothing of the island to be seen. My friend, to whom I shall be ever grateful, declares that he saved my life, and this, I think, was the fact, for when the wind got up he insisted on the men going back to the island at once, feeling very nervous on my account, and they had a tremendous pull to get back in time, as the sea was very rough and the tide was running strongly against them. The cause of the rocks being covered by the sea, a very rare occurrence, was an unusually high spring tide, coupled with a strong gale from the opposite direction, which made the waves much higher than they would otherwise have been in a loch which has the reputation of being one of the most dangerous lochs on the west coast for squalls. End of chapter 13.
Section 14 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. The last stalk of the season. It was the last day of the stalking season in the forest of Filar, where it had been my good fortune to spend the first 10 days of October. I had been out stalking for 8 days, during 2 of which I did not get a shot. But, with the exception of the preceding day, which had been a Black Friday for me, I had been very lucky, having shot 8 stags, and 3 of these I had stalked without the aid of a stalker, which had added greatly to my pleasure. But it was a melancholy fact that the last day had arrived, and what had it in store for us? On the preceding day I had had a series of misfortunes, and when I got up and looked out of my bedroom window, the prospect was not a cheery one. A thick mist enveloped everything all round the lodge, which is one of the highest, if not the highest, of all the shooting lodges in the Highlands. 1,764 feet above the level of the sea. On coming down to breakfast, my host said to me, "Well, I don't think it is any use going out today. What do you say?" But I knew quite well that my host, one of the keenest and best of sportsmen, was only poking fun at me on this the last day of the season. By 10 o'clock the mist had slightly lifted. There was a steady drizzle, the high tops were still covered, the wind was east to southeast, the wrong wind for this forest, and the prospect was certainly not inviting. However, we determined to make a start, and I was sent out on the beat of the head stalker, McDougall. We had not gone more than a mile from the lodge when we saw a shootable stag with some hinds, and after a stalk up a burn and a considerable crawl over a peaty bog, we got to a point within shot of them. McDougall was just getting the rifle out of its cover when something disturbed the deer, and away they went. McDougall said he thought I must have shown myself, though I was not conscious of having done so. At any rate, I had succeeded in getting wet through in my efforts to keep flat and out of sight. The weather continued to be thoroughly unsatisfactory. It was impossible to spy, and for the following hour we saw nothing. About the end of that time it cleared up a little, and we spied about a mile off a large herd of deer, between 200 and 300, and amongst them what appeared to be some very fine stags. We had to make a long detour, and then, by walking and crawling along the side of a burn, we succeeded in getting within what we thought must be a very short distance of some of the stags, judging from the sound of their roaring. We crawled up the bank of the burn and found ourselves within about 200 yards of one end of the herd, where there was a fine 10-pointer continually on the move, rounding up the hinds. McDougall said he thought we could get in much nearer by going back into the burn and crawling further up it. This we did, and then, after crawling a little way up the side of the hill, we got to within 100 yards of the 10-pointer. Almost immediately after I had got my rifle into my hands, the stag, which had been perpetually on the move, stood for a moment broadside on, giving me a splendid chance. I fired, and the stag bounded forward a few paces, and then fell dead. He had a fine, regular head of 10 points, certainly the best head I had obtained this season, although I had been fortunate in shooting a good many stags. It was by this time just 12 o'clock. McDougall said we had better have lunch in order to allow the deer to settle down, and added that he did not think they would go very far. He said he was quite sure that there were at least 2 other very fine stags amongst the deer that had gone forward. The stag was soon growloshed, and the gilly was sent back for the pony. We did not take long over lunch, and then set off in the direction in which the deer had gone, being guided by the perpetual roaring of the stags. After going some little distance, we located a deer on the face of a hill, rather less than 2 miles from us. Though there was still a drizzle and the light was bad, the wind had risen, and the mist had to some extent cleared from the lower ground. After walking and crawling along the bed of a burn for about half a mile, we got into a position from which we were able to spy the deer, as it had ceased raining and the light was better. We made out that there were 2 lots of hinds on the face of the hill, with stags in both lots, and between them 5 stags. The largest of these stags had a very fine head, and, as often appears in the case of a big stag, had in attendance on him a smaller or sentinel stag. The stalker said he thought the big stag was a royal, but was not quite sure. This stag and the others with him were evidently driven away from the hinds by a heavy 10-pointer, who was the master stag and who was making a great disturbance, chasing the smaller stags away and rounding up the larger lot of hinds. After a very laborious crawl, sometimes on all fours, sometimes flat, sometimes in the burn, sometimes out of it, for about 3/4 of a mile further, we reached a point in the burn about 600 or 700 yards below the 5 stags which I have before referred to. In the meantime the wind had risen, and the weather was now very rough and stormy. McDougall whispered to me that we should have to crawl up the hill in full sight of the deer, and this we proceeded to do for some 500 yards, watching the deer with the greatest care, and whenever one of their heads went up, instantly becoming as motionless as statues, and so gradually getting up the hill, until at last we got behind a little tussock. The little stag was in front of the 4 stags, close to him was the big stag, and some little distance behind the latter were the other 3 stags. McDougal pulled the rifle out of its cover and beckoned me to crawl up. He then whispered, "You'll have to take him now, sir. It's the only chance you'll get. We can't possibly get a yard nearer." "Take him now?" I said. "Why, how far off do you say he is?" "Oh, maybe 330 yards, said McDougal. "He's too far," I said. "I shall probably wound him, or more likely miss him." McDougal's reply was, "I think you can manage him, sir, and anyhow it's your only chance. We cannot get nearer." "Why not try to get to that next knobby?" I asked, "about 100 yards further on, behind which the big stag is just going." McDougal said that if we tried to do that, the other 3 stags behind the big stag would be certain to see us, and would bolt and put the whole lot off. "Well," I replied, "if they do, we shan't be worse off than if I fire now and miss. Come on, let's do the bold thing. It sometimes pays." McDougal shook his head and said, "It's no wise, I'm thinking." "Come on," I said. "Well, sir," said McDougal, "if you will have it, we'll try, but I don't think it will be any good. We shall have to crawl as hard and fast as ever we can up the hill, quite flat the whole way." Away we went as hard as we could, and it took me all my time to keep up behind McDougal, who propelled himself along at a prodigious rate. Arrived behind the knobby, we very carefully raised our heads, and found that McDougal's prophecy had fortunately proved only partly correct. The 3 stags behind the big stag and his fag, the little stag, had seen us and bolted, but instead of going forward, as McDougal had expected, they had turned tail and made off in the other direction, with the result that they had only put off the deer behind them and none of the deer in front of them. McDougal hurriedly whispered, pulling the rifle out of the cover, "The big stag is still there, sir, but he and the wee staggy are getting very suspicious, and you'll have to take him very quick. He'll be about 220 yards. "Well," I said, "I must get my breath. I'm absolutely blown." The fact being that at the moment, I felt absolutely done to the world and was quite incapable of shooting straight. The big stag had slightly moved and was now standing about 3/4 end on, a very difficult shot. I raised the rifle, sighted the stag, and pressed the trigger. There was the sound of a little click, and that was all. "A misfire," I muttered below my breath. "Are you sure you loaded the rifle after lunch?" "Yes, sir, I am," said McDougal. "Very well, then," I replied. "I'll try him with the second barrel," and raised the rifle. "Don't fire," said McDougal. "We'd better make sure." With some difficulty, owing to the position I was in and the necessity of keeping as flat as possible, I opened the rifle, and lo and behold, it was empty. I loaded it as quickly as I could. Meantime, the stag had moved on a few yards and was now standing broadside on. I put up the rifle, took a steady aim, and fired. There was a thud. The stag gave a start and moved slowly forward. "You have him," said McDougal. I said, "I don't know that." "He's very sick," said McDougal, "and will never get over the hill." The stag had evidently been shot in the stomach. He was looking very sick, poor beast, and was walking slowly forward, stopping every now and then. All the other deer had disappeared as if by magic, except the little stag, who kept some distance in front of the big stag, constantly looking round at him, evidently loth to leave his lord and master. I said, "I'd better fire again," and put up the 250-yard sight, as I estimated that the stag was now nearly 300 yards from us, and fired. "Over him, sir," whispered McDougal. "We must get a bit nearer," I said. "I'm afraid if we move he'll see us and begin to run," McDougal replied. "Well," I said, "we'd better try and get round him." So we crawled right round behind the stag, who kept on moving slowly and then stopping, and got to within about 220 yards of him. "Take your time, sir," said McDougal. The stag gave me a good chance, broadside on, and I fired, believing that I was quite steady. "Missed him, sir," said McDougal. "I saw something fly up behind him." "I'm not so sure," said I, and as I spoke, the stag, who when I fired had bounded forward 3 or 4 paces, staggered and then fell and rolled over and over down the hill, shot through the heart, as we subsequently found. McDougal seized my hand and shook it vigorously, saying, "I hope, sir, he's a royal. I believe he is." As we were getting up to the stag, I said, "I see 3 on one top, but not on the other." "Ah, yes," said McDougal. "He has 3 on both tops. Yes, sir, he's a royal, and we shall have to find you a bottle of whiskey according to the custom of this forest." "You may be quite sure I shall not mind that," I replied. On getting up to the stag, we found that his head was a fine wild one, with exceptionally long horns. My first bullet had passed through the second compartment of the stomach, or as it is called in Gaelic, Currach an Rye, close to but a little below the heart. Currach an Rye means in English the king's cap, though it is sometimes called the king's nightcap. Turned inside out, it resembles in shape and dice pattern the old-fashioned nightcap. It is said that certain internal parts of the stag and other ingredients, cooked in this bag, or currach, was a favorite dish in the olden days, fit for a king, or such as only a king could afford. That may be why it is called Currach an Rye. The corresponding small bag in the stomach of the sheep is also called currach and ri, and in English, the king's hood. The same word is used in Gaelic to signify hood and cap. Nightcap, translated literally, is currach ahia, but in Gaelic the word ahia or night is omitted, presumably because there was only one kind of cap. Poca bid, which means yellow bag, is the Gaelic name of the first compartment or large bag of the stag's stomach, and is a name used only in the case of the stag. MacDougall signaled for the pony, and then growlocked the stag. It proved to be a very troublesome job to get the stag onto the pony, although the latter was usually very quiet under such circumstances. MacDougall said the reason for his being so restive was that he could see the very long horns. After helping the gillie and pony man to put the stag on the pony, MacDougall and I tried to find some other stag, but in the time still at our disposal we saw nothing more except a few hinds. Curiously enough, the weights of the 10-pointer and the royal were exactly the same to an ounce, namely 15 stone 8 ounces clean, without heart and liver, and were the two best heads of the season in the forest of Filar. MacDougall, who was a stalker of long experience, told my host that he had never had so strenuous a stalk as the stalk after the royal, and he said to me on my way home, "I shall never believe in 13 being an unlucky number again, sir, for I just found after we had started that we had only 13 cartridges, and very nearly went back to leave one of them at home." On our way down from the hill there kept ringing in my ears the familiar lines of Ruskin in A Joy Forever, lines so true in the experience of those of us who are no longer on the threshold of life. It is wisely appointed for us that few of the things we desire can be had without considerable intervals of time. My host had also shot 2 stags, though he had not met with the wonderful luck I had. No one could have been more genuinely pleased at my good fortune than he was. So ended for me the last day of the stalking season of 1913, which was one of the most enjoyable and lucky days I have ever spent in the Highlands, and will to me always be a red-letter day. End of section 14. Section 15 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. The Loch Problem. For some 12 years I have been trying experiments on lochs on my ground in the north of Scotland, and have written what follows mainly because I hope and believe that the result of these experiments may prove useful to some of those who love trout fishing as I do, and have the means at hand, possibly without fully realizing their opportunities, of increasing their sport and that of their friends. I have spent much labor and a good deal of money in attempting to improve the fishing in various lochs. In some cases these efforts have proved useless. In others, the labor and money expended in stocking the lochs and increasing the food supply have been altogether out of proportion to the results obtained. But in one case, and one case only, the results have been phenomenal, not only in my own experience but also in that of my keeper, who, like myself, has all his life been keenly interested in and familiar with trout fishing in the north. In the case of those lochs where no good result has been achieved, I have at least learned something from my failure. The loch upon which I experimented with such wonderful results must have been a veritable larder of food for the trout when I put them into it, for there was a large quantity of water lizards, leeches, frogs, and above all, freshwater shrimps. There were also various kinds of insect life, water beetles, notably the cockybunhu, and a smaller beetle with a silver body which moves with a swift darting movement. It is impossible for the trout to spawn effectively, as there is no burn coming into or going out of the loch, and no water continually moving over a shingly bottom. The loch is not more than 6 acres in extent, and is about 500 feet above the level of the sea. At the time, just 13 years ago, when I began to put fish into it, there were no fish in it, and so far as I know there had never been any, except some years ago when a few trout were put in, but these no doubt had been caught or died long before I began my experiments. I am also quite certain, for the reasons already mentioned, that they had left no descendants. Every year, in May or June, about 2.5 acres of the loch are covered with a common kind of rush, the horsetail, Equisetum maximum, and about 1/4 of an acre with grass, which I believe is a species of scirpus. In the rushes and round them are patches of a kind of surface weed which is common in Highland lochs, and which, as every fly fisher in the Highlands knows, is a great danger to him. This weed, the scientific name of which is, I am told, Potamogeton polygonifolius, covers an area of some 20 square yards. Lastly, and most important of all, there is in the loch a considerable quantity of the well-known watermilfoil or shrimpweed, Myriophyllum verticillatum, which in this water produced quantities of freshwater shrimp. By August and September, the rushes have, of course, largely increased, and extend to nearly 4 acres, leaving a comparatively small part of the loch which can be fished. The depth of the loch is about 3.5 feet all over, with the exception of 2 places, in a very small part of it, where it is about 5 feet. Its bottom is for the most part fairly hard ground, but on one side there is soft mud, and on the other side, for about 1.5 acres, the bottom is rocky. I began stalking the loch in 1910, and during the first 3 years put into it small trout from burns and other lochs on my ground, but in 1913 and 1914 put into it 150 and 200 Loch Leven yearlings, respectively. These yearlings were supplied from one of the well-known hatcheries. In 1915 I put no trout into the loch, but since, and including 1916, I have put in every year on an average about 80 small trout taken entirely from burns, one of which runs into the sea and contains the young of sea trout as well as small brown trout. The following table shows the exact numbers of fish put into the loch, showing a total of 1,062. 1910, August, September, October, 62, 20 fair size. 1911, July, August, September, 61, 16 fair size. 1912, July, September, October, 20. 1913, April, 150. 1914, April, 200. 1916, June, July, 104. 1917, June, July, 105. 1918, June, July, 96. 1919, August, 74. 1920, July, 96. 1921, July, August, 44. 1922, July, 50. I have taken care that the loch should not be fished too much, and nothing has been used but the wet fly. It has only been fished in May and June, and in August and September. In May and June, which are, of course, the best months of the year, it has only been fished for 2 or 3 weeks, and in August and September it is very difficult to persuade the trout to rise, and a rare experience to catch one. It has been suggested to me that I should introduce rainbow trout into the loch, as they would rise freely in August and September, when the large brown trout will not do so. In May and June there is a hatch out of flies from the weeds on the loch, and from the heather on the adjoining moorland. In particular, there is a hatch out of a large fly, of which I have caught specimens. These I have sent south for examination, and am told that they are all sedges, the largest being the large red sedge, Frigania grandis, those next in size being cinnamon sedges. I have had flies dressed in imitation of these, and if one is fortunate enough to be on the loch when the sedges are hatching out, there is grand sport to be had, and sport which is greatly increased by the presence of so many troublesome weeds. The loch was not finished until 1913, 3 years after trout were first put into it. Every fish caught under a pound, with very few exceptions, has been returned to the loch. But it is a curious fact that the fish rise very little until they reach about a pound in weight, so we have not been troubled much by catching the smaller fish which would have to be returned to the loch. The following is a record of fish caught, showing a total of 216, weighing 482 pounds 1 ounce and averaging nearly 2 1/4 pounds. 1913. 6 trout weighing 8 pounds, average 1 1/3 pounds, largest 2 pounds, smallest 1/2 pound. 1914. 19 weighing 29 pounds, average slightly over 1.5 pounds, largest 2.5 pounds, smallest 3/4 pound. 1915. 14 weighing 29 pounds 11 ounces, average just over 2 pound, largest 3.5 pounds, smallest 1 pound 1 ounce. 1916. 20 weighing 58 pounds 9 ounces, average nearly 3 pounds, largest 4 pounds 7 ounces, smallest 2 pounds. 1917. 18 weighing 58 pounds 11 ounces, average about 3 1/4 pounds, largest 4 pounds 10 ounces, smallest 2 pounds. 1918. 44 weighing 98 pounds 5 ounces, average nearly 2 1/4 pounds, largest 6 pounds, smallest 3/4 pound. 1919. 13 weighing 28 pounds 4 ounces, average over 2 pounds, largest 4 1/4 pounds, smallest 1 pound. 1920. 20 weighing 59 pounds 6 ounces, average very nearly 3 pounds, largest 7.5 pounds, smallest 1 pound 2 ounces. 1921. 30 weighing 48 pounds 13 ounces, average about 1 5/8 pounds, largest 4 3/4 pounds, smallest 3/4 pound. 1922. 32 weighing 73 pounds 6 ounces, average slightly over 2 1/4 pound, largest 5 pounds 2 ounces, smallest 1 pound. The exact weights of the 20, 18, 20, and 32 fish caught respectively in 1916, 1917, 1920, and 1922, in which years the highest average was reached, were as follows. 1916. 4 pounds 7 ounces, 4 pounds 1 ounce, 3 pounds 13 ounces, 3 pounds 10 ounces, 3 pounds 9 ounces, 3 pounds 6 ounces, 3 pounds 1 ounce, 3 pounds, 3 pounds, 3 pounds, 2 pounds 12 ounces, 2 pounds 12 ounces, 2 pounds 9 ounces, 2 pounds 8 ounces, 2 pounds 8 ounces, 2 pounds 4 ounces, 2 pounds 3 ounces, 2 pounds 2 ounces, 2 pounds, 2 pounds. 1917. 4 pounds 10 ounces, 4 pounds 1 ounce, 4 pounds, 3 pounds 14 ounces, 3 pounds 14 ounces, 3 pounds 10 ounces, 3 pounds 9 ounces, 3 pounds 8 ounces, 3 pounds 8 ounces, 3 pounds 5 ounces, 3 pounds 1 ounce, 3 pounds 1/2 ounce, 2 pounds 13 ounces, 2 pounds 8 ounces, 2 pounds 8 ounces, 2 pounds 4 ounces, 2 pounds 4 ounces, 2 pounds. 1920. 7 pounds 8 ounces, 4 pounds 10 ounces, 4 pounds 8 ounces, 4 pounds 7 ounces, 4 pounds 4 ounces, 3 pounds 10 ounces, 3 pounds 10 ounces, 3 pounds, 2 pounds 9 ounces, 2 pounds 8 ounces, 1 pound 12 ounces, 1 pound 10 ounces, 1 pound 10 ounces, 1 pound 10 ounces, 1 pound 8 ounces, 1 pound 8 ounces, 1 pound 8 ounces, 1 pound 4 ounces, 1 pound 4 ounces, 1 pound 2 ounces. 1922. 5 pounds 2 ounces, 5 pounds 1 ounce, 4 pounds 8 ounces, 4 pounds 4 ounces, 3 pounds 4 ounces, 3 pounds 4 ounces, 3 pounds 4 ounces, 3 pounds, 2 pounds 12 ounces, 2 pounds 8 ounces, 2 pounds 4 ounces, 2 pounds 2 ounces, 2 pounds 1 ounce, 2 pounds, 2 pounds, 2 pounds, 3 of 1 pound 12 ounces, 7 of 1 pound 8 ounces, 5 of 1 pound 4 ounces, 1 pound. The fish caught have been remarkable not only for their weight but also for their extraordinary beauty and condition. Those of us who have seen them have seen many trout in our time, but have never seen trout to compare with those caught during the first 4 or 5 years after we began fishing the loch. Several of these, which we measured, were as much in girth as in length from the gills to the point of the tail where the flesh ends. They had small heads and were most beautifully colored. Their flesh was in color a deep red, no doubt due to the pigment in the water shrimps which, as I have said, abound in the loch. It is an interesting fact that although the loch was very little fished by ladies, they secured the 2 largest fish, one of 7.5 pounds, which took over 3/4 of an hour to land and gave splendid sport, the other 6 pounds. The former was a most extraordinary fish. It was 22 inches in length, 16 inches in length from the gills to the point where the flesh ends at the tail, and 16 inches in girth. There is, however, no doubt that with the exception of this particular fish, the fish caught during the last 4 or 5 years, whilst in excellent condition and comparing very favorably with the ordinary large brown trout elsewhere, have not been so extraordinary in their girth as in the first few years after the loch was stocked. These experiments show the correctness of the opinion expressed by one of the most experienced of writers on the subject of trout culture, Mr. P.D. Mallock, who says in his well-known work on the life, history, and habits of the salmon, sea trout, and other freshwater fish, page 186, when a farmer rents a piece of land for grazing, he knows how many sheep or cattle it will pasture, and that if he puts on more than the proper number, they will not grow. He also knows that if he introduce too few, they will become fat and too lazy to eat up all the pasture, and he will thus lose part of the money paid for the pasture land. If the proprietor or the tenant of a loch would consider the matter in the same way as the farmer, he would obtain full value out of his lochs, be saved a deal of grumbling, and find life more pleasant. The same writer also says, page 157, many naturalists maintain that there are different species of trout in the British Islands, Loch Leven trout, Gillaroo trout, Tidal trout, and many others. But from a close study of all these trout for the last 40 years, I have come to the conclusion that there is only one species of trout in Great Britain, and that in the different varieties the differences are caused by the nature of the water in which they are found and by the food they eat. Thus, as would be expected, there is no apparent difference between the so-called Loch Leven trout, which were put into the loch from the hatcheries, and the little trout from my own burns. Numbers of these splendid trout, running up to 5, 6, and 7 pounds, must be the brothers and sisters of the little fingerlings of the same age in the burns. The best authorities are apparently agreed that the average life of trout is about 10 years, although there are authenticated instances in which they have lived for a much longer period, that they begin to reach their prime in 6 or 7 years, that they remain in their prime for a few years longer, and then begin to lose condition and weight as old age creeps in. Those of the trout put into the loch at 1910 and 1911, which I have described as of fair size, were about 3 to the pound, some rather larger, and could not have then had many years to live. Those from the burns were probably of different ages, but it is highly unlikely that in 1913 and 1914, when the yearlings from the hatcheries were put into the loch, there were very few of such other trout as were still there that could live more than 3 or 4 years longer. So far, there has been little indication that any of the trout caught have been cannibals, probably because they can obtain plenty of other food, and since their transfer to the loch have not been in the hungry condition in which they certainly were when they lived in the burns. On one occasion we found, when carrying some of the little brown trout from one of the burns to the loch, that one of the captives on the journey, and the small can in which they were being carried, had caught and succeeded in half swallowing another little trout half its own size. Both Mr. Mallock, see pages 130 to 132 of his work mentioned above, and Mr. Hamish Stewart, The Book of the Sea Trout, page 240, agree that the young of the sea trout, if confined in a loch, grow rapidly if the feeding be good, and are as silvery as sea trout that are fresh run. My experience in regard to the young of the sea trout put into this loch confirms this view, as I have caught sea trout up to nearly 2 pounds in the loch, which are in no way distinguishable from the ordinary fresh-run sea trout. It is curious, however, that so far no sea trout larger than 2 pounds have been caught in this loch. To summarize the results of these experiments, it seems clear that in order to obtain the best results, the following conditions should be fulfilled. There must be a sufficient supply of the right kind of food for the fish in the loch in order that they may grow to a large size. In order to attain this object, it is desirable that the loch should not be too high above the level of the sea. As Mr. Mallock says in the work to which I have already referred, page 179, lochs over 1,000 feet above sea level, fed from snow from surrounding hills, produce little feeding until May, and owing to the cold fall-off in September, thus giving the trout only 4 months of good feeding. On the other hand, lochs at or near sea level produce good feeding in March, and continue to do so for 3 months more than their highland brethren. It will be seen, then, that this extra time for feeding, when extended over the 7 or 8 years which constitute the life of a trout, easily accounts for the difference of size. Moreover, as the same writer points out, in a loch which is very high above the sea level, not only is the feeding time shorter, but the food is much scarcer. On the question of food supply, it is worthwhile to recall the words of Mr. F. H. Halford. Food supply generally is chiefly dependent on the presence of the weeds in which the best forms of food for the fish are to be found. It must not, however, be forgotten that, in Marryat's tense words, while floating food is caviare, sunk or mid-water food is beef to the fish. Hence, when engaged in examination of the weeds and the animal life contained therein, the fisherman should remember that he can only expect well-fed, good-conditioned, healthy, and consequently game trout in a loch which contains a bountiful supply of crustaceans, such as freshwater shrimps and mollusks, such as snails of the genera Limnaeae, Planorbis, etc., etc. Further, it is of the utmost importance that the number of fish in the loch should be regulated in such a way that the food supply may be sufficient to enable the fish to grow to a large size. Where the fish cannot spawn effectively, and it is therefore necessary to renew the stock, experience alone can decide the number of fish which should be put into the loch every year. Spring is the best time to do this. The number of fish which should be put in will obviously depend chiefly upon the amount of food in the loch and the number of fish caught, and destroyed by their enemies, during the preceding year. In many lochs there are stones under which the small trout can find protection from the large ones, but where there is no protection, it is worthwhile to put stones or small drain tiles round the edge of the loch. In lochs where, as is usually the case, the fish can spawn effectively, the fish increase so rapidly that there is not a sufficient supply of food, and the result is that the loch is filled with hungry small trout. When it is remembered that it is reckoned that every spawning trout produces 800 to 1,000 eggs for every pound of its weight, some idea is obtained of the rapidity with which fish increase. In many lochs, nature intervenes, and the enemies of trout, divers, herons, ducks, otters, etc., keep the numbers down, sometimes to the point of extinction. In other lochs, owing to the severe frosts and other causes, it is only occasionally that the eggs are hatched out. 2. The loch must not be too deep, or the trout will not rise, or will not rise well. This, I believe, is the cause of my failure in several of the lochs upon which I have been making experiments. As Mr. Mallock truly says, when a loch is more than 12 feet deep, the supply of food soon becomes scarce, and the trout small, while shallow lochs produce plenty of food, therefore large trout. In constructing new lochs, one should endeavor to have as much shallow water as possible. The best depth is from 5 to 9 feet. Beyond 12 feet, food becomes scarce, and trout do not rise well in deep water. End of section 15.
Chapter 16 of Amid the High Hills. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. In the forest and on the moor there is a mighty doctor, before whom the greatest physicians and surgeons in the world must bow down. Nature, acting in a pure air on an absolutely healthy subject, will work wonderful cures. It seems marvelous that the broken leg of an animal so restless as a stag should heal. But it is the case. Such a wound will heal, and the animal ultimately be little the worse for it. Such are the words in his book, Wild Sport with Gun, Rifle, and Salmon Rod, of Mr. Guilford W. Hartley, a stalker of great experience and the author of some most fascinating reminiscences on stalking. Every good sportsman is, of course, greatly distressed if he has the misfortune to wound a stag without being able to kill him. No matter what care may be exercised, it is impossible, even for the best of shots, who has been accustomed to stalk for many years, not to experience some time or other a catastrophe of this kind. It is at any rate some slight consolation to know that nature can effect the marvelous cures of which there is authentic record. Much can, no doubt, be done to improve one's shooting by regular practice. Some years ago I was discussing the subject with one of the old Highland proprietors who is a first-class rifle shot, and he told me that for many years he had been in the habit of practicing shooting at a small wooden stag, which he had placed in all kinds of different positions and at different distances on the hill. He added that he was sure that this had greatly improved his shooting. This interested me greatly, for I had for a long time been doing the same thing and am a great believer in its advantages. Amongst other things, which it teaches one is to judge distances more accurately. In the course of my wanderings through many forests, I have often discussed with experienced stalkers the subject of nature's wonderful cures, and as recently as the year before last, whilst I was stalking in a forest in the Western Highlands, the head stalker related to me a remarkable experience of his own. I thought the story worth recording in some permanent form, but felt that I myself could not do justice to it. I therefore asked my friend the stalker if he could find time, after the stalking season was over, to write out for me the account of this particular experience. Some 5 months later, I received the account from him, accompanied by a letter which contained the following words: "You will find the enclosed story about the wounded stag, and indeed I would prefer stalking through wet and bogs for 6 hours than 1 hour trying to put my experience on paper. Here is the story in question. As I promised, I am writing about one of my experiences which fixed it greatly on my mind as to the power of a stag to recover from a serious wound. The year 1905 was a very wet season in this district, and while stags were not good in condition, there were some good heads to be seen. I had that season one of the best of sportsmen who knew a great deal about deer and their ways, and had an experience of 30 years behind him. My beat is a narrow, long piece of high ground, and stretching well in between 3 adjoining forests, coming to a narrow point, and on this narrow part there is a small corrie. This corrie is the best for keeping stags I know of, but rather difficult to stalk except with northwest wind. With other winds, although successful in a stalk, one is sure to drive the rest of the deer into one of the adjoining forests. The stalkers in which were very much on the alert at that time to make the best use of any move in their favor on the marches. There was a long spell of south and southwest wind, and although there were quite a lot of stags in this corrie, we had to wait long for favorable wind so as to move them further into our own ground. About September 25, we were having a spy at the quarry and noticed a newcomer with quite a big, strong head of 10 points, and on each horn were very peculiar-shaped tops with cups, the 3 points on the top in each horn curving towards one another until the tips almost touched. We at once came to stalk him, while keeping so far as safe with wind between them and the boundary. We came to a point we considered likely if they kept on their way feeding, as in so doing they would pass us within a reasonable distance. This they did, but the 10-pointer keeping well at the end. When he was within 150 yards head on, all of a sudden he turned right round and began feeding quietly away tail on, with haunches towards us. We were in a high fever discussing whether he would still turn and follow the rest of the deer or had made up his mind to part with them altogether. We concluded the last was his decision, and so prepared to have a long shot if he would give us the best chance. When well over 200 yards, he turned half broadside, and immediately the gentleman had a go at him. His first shot went high, and the stag bolted down to the quarry, and with his second, got him high in the offside hind leg and broke completely his thigh bone, as I could see his leg swinging out to his side at every jump. We sat down, watching him going down the lower quarry until he came to a shoulder, and began to climb up the ridge toward the highest part of the mountain. When almost on the top, he stood looking towards us, and after a long time lay down. When we saw him settling, we moved quietly to where we left the ghillie, and gave him instructions to watch and let us know which way the stag went if he got up and went away, for we had to make a long detour out of his view to get round, and, if possible, to get above him. When we arrived, he was not to be seen anywhere, so we began to spy and get directions from the ghillie, who signed that he went round the shoulder before us. It was getting late and dark, so we hurried after the stag. When we got round the shoulder, we could dimly see him limping away a good deal below us, and towards the boundary, so we considered it was best not to follow further in case we forced him over the march, and then lost him in the dark, for we were in hopes to find him next morning near this place, and possibly dead. As he did not catch us following him, he slowed down to a stand, so we left him there. Next morning, we were on the move early, and got up to where we left him, searched every hollow and corner on our side, and as far into the other side as I dared, but could not find or see him anywhere. So, when home, we wrote to the surrounding tenants with a description of the head, and to have a lookout, when we would expect the head to be sent to us if the stag were found dead. But none ever came across him, so we gave up hopes and expected he was dead in some hole. The following year, the forest was taken by a new tenant, and there was no more thought about the lost, wounded stag till, about the beginning of October, what was my surprise to see, and very near the same place in Corrie, a stag with the same kind of head and peculiarly formed tops. I mentioned to the gentleman our experience last season with one very like this stag in the same Corrie, but I remember our remark was that it was more likely one of the same breed, so lost no time in spying, as everything was favorable for a successful stalk. We got to a nice distance, and shot him dead. When I went down to examine him, I was surprised to find that he had no brow points, and instead of being a 10-pointer, he was only an 8-pointer. I could not see anything like last year's wound at the time, but next morning, when I went to the larder where he was hanging skinned, I noticed at once his right leg showing exactly where our last year's bullet had broken it, but now nicely healed up, and it looked as though both legs were exactly the same length. I could not say if he had a limp, as he was standing all the time till we had our shot. I got this hunch for my own use and had it boiled and stripped of flesh, when I could see plainly how well it joined. The bone was jagged at both ends, and the longest points exactly touching, and the missing parts were filled up with tough, hard flesh. I noticed a splinter on the outside, which lay so neatly in place, and even to both ends. The stag weighed 15 and 11 pounds. He was in fair condition, but not up to the average. He looked to me to be much heavier the year before, although that year we had much better average weights. Lieutenant General Crelock, in Deer Stalking in the Highlands of Scotland, relates a case of the same kind. I remember, he says, wounding a royal stag some years ago at Loch Leuchart. I broke his foreleg at the shoulder. Having no dog with me, I never succeeded in getting up to him to finish him before dark, and so lost him. The wound was not mortal. It had shattered the bone. He recovered and lived for several years after, but he always had a stiff joint. The first year he never shed his velvet and dropped a point from his royal head. The second year he cleaned, but never regained his royal head or even a good one again. In Speedy's Natural History of Sport in Scotland with Rod and Gun, there is an interesting account of a 13-pointer whose hind leg was broken above the hock. In the forest in Inverness Shire, where the stag was, the deer were regularly fed during the winter. When feeding commenced, he came regularly as before, but in consequence of his wound, he was reduced to a skeleton, and, being very weak, was kept off by the other stags. He used to hide, however, not far off, and when the others took their departure, he returned to the feeding place. When the keeper attended to him, and had opportunities, with the aid of his glass, of noting the injured limb at a comparatively short distance, within a month after feeding commenced, he was able to use it, and in 3 months was master of the herd. As the new antlers grew, it was found that the one on the opposite side from the broken limb was minus the brow point. He was shot in that season and scaled 12 pounds clean, being then 9 years old. I myself had a personal experience which is perhaps worth recording in this connection. I was stalking late in the season. Indeed, it was the last day that I was out, and we had been unable to get a shot until late in the evening, when I killed a good stag. We had some miles to go before we reached the end of the road in the forest where the motor car from the lodge was to meet us, and the light was beginning to fail. We were high up on the side of the corrie, and were preparing to start on our homeward journey, when Sandy, the stalker, suddenly turned to me and said, pulling out his glass, "I see some deer down there on the flat." In a moment he had his glass on them, and said, "Would you be liking another stag? There's a fine stag with hinds, and we shall not be long getting down to them. It's been poor sport today." I hesitated for a moment, and then, I am afraid, considering how late it was, weakly yielded to the temptation. I said, "All right, we shall have to be quick, otherwise we shall not be able to see what we were doing." We soon decided our method of approach, and lost no time in getting down the hill. The deer were feeding on a small flat piece of ground near the ruins of what had been a watcher's cottage many years ago, and we hoped, by getting into a broad and fairly deep burn, to reach a point about 200 yards further down, from which I could get a shot. The water was sometimes up to our waists and bitterly cold, and our movements were necessarily slow, but we arrived at last at a point which was about 140 yards from the stag. Peering over the top of the bank of the burn, we saw that the stag was on the far side of the hinds from us, and was lying down in a dip of the ground, so that only the tops of his horns were visible. After we had been waiting in the burn for some time, the stag got up, and, without giving me a chance for a shot, walked on to the lower ground, where he began to feed in such a position that it was impossible to see him until he put his head up, and then we could only see the upper part of his horns. After a few minutes I whispered, "I really can't wait here any longer. It is so frightfully cold, and the light will soon be gone. Let us get out of the burn and chance our being seen. At any rate, we shall be higher up there and be more likely to see the stag." We cautiously hoisted ourselves out of the burn on to the flat ground on the top of the bank, but even there could only see the stag's horns and a very small part of his head. Sandy whispered to me, "You will have to shoot off my back, sir. It is the only chance." He carefully raised his back, and I put the rifle over it. I said, "I am too low now. I can't see the stag's body." "You'll just have to put the coat on my back," said Sandy. pushing towards me in my rolled-up shooting cape, which was fastened up with a strap. I hoisted the rolled-up cape onto Sandy's back, and then prepared for a shot by putting the rifle on the top of the cape, an extraordinarily foolish proceeding. What I certainly ought to have done was to have stood straight up and fired at the stag from my shoulder. However, I took my shot in the position described, and something, I don't know what exactly, caused me to pull off. "His hind leg is broken," said Sandy, as away went the stag and the rest of the deer. I instantly handed him the rifle, as I knew he was a first-class shot at running deer, and told him if he could get the chance to finish the stag off. After a short interval, I heard a shot, and then a second shot. Soon afterwards, Sandy returned and said, "You'll never see him again, sir. I never touched him." It was almost dark, and we started on our homeward journey along the narrow foot track through the forest. Sandy asked me to walk first so that I could go at my own pace. He followed me, and behind him came the ghillie, there being only room to walk in single file. It is not easy to carry on a conversation with anyone who is walking behind, nor did the fact that I felt very depressed at having left the wounded stag in suffering, perhaps to die a painful, lingering death, make it any easier. At first I made an occasional observation, and then lapsed into silence. As I was walking along, engrossed in my melancholy thoughts, I noticed that the path was becoming more and more difficult to see, and indeed hardly visible in the growing darkness. I said, "It's getting awfully dark, and I can hardly see the path." No answer. I turned round. Neither of the men was to be seen. I stopped and shouted loudly, "Sandy!" Still no answer. This I repeated several times with the same result. I then began to think what I had better do. It was almost dark by this time. I was in the heart of one of the largest forests in the north of Scotland, miles from any human habitation, without a scrap of food, with an empty flask, and soaked to the skin up to my waist through wading and standing in the burn, which was in flood. I decided to retrace my steps to the old ruins of the watcher's cottage from which we had started. Taking great care not to lose the path, I began to do this, shouting now and then, but hearing no reply. I tried to think out why the men should not have been following me on this path on which I was now returning, and which ran beside a broad burn which was in spate. I then remembered that the path which I had been following across the forest before I came to the burn was almost at right angles both to the burn and the path I was now on, and it occurred to me that possibly the path which I ought to have taken lay straight across the burn, and that the men might have crossed the burn and gone in that direction. I had, I knew, been walking, as I always do on these occasions, very fast, and this made me think it not unlikely, especially as it was so dark, that the men had assumed that I had crossed the burn in front of them. Being careful not to lose the narrow track I was on in the darkness, I discovered the point at which I had turned up the burn side, and found that the other path leading up to the burn was a little wider, which encouraged me to hope that my supposed explanation might prove to be the true one. I then waded across the burn, and found there was a path at right angles to it on the other side, which looked more used than the track which I had just left. I therefore made up my mind to follow this path for a time, shouting every now and then in the hope that the men might hear me, and if I did not hear any reply, I would then consider whether I would go on or retrace my steps to the old ruins and there spend the night. A cheerful prospect indeed. After going some distance along the path, I suddenly heard what I thought was the sound of shouting a long way off. I stopped and shouted more loudly than ever, and then heard the shouts coming nearer, and very soon after Sandy and the ghillie appeared. It turned out that what I had supposed had happened, and that they had crossed the burn thinking that I was still in front of them. I have never since then, on my return from stalking, walked in front of the stalker along a path which I do not know. This unpleasant incident made us later than ever, and I did not get back to the lodge until nearly 10 p.m. The following season I was again stalking in the same forest, and on my first day was on the same beat where I had had the misfortune to wound the stag, as described above, and the same stalker was once more with me. I asked him whether he had heard anything of the wounded stag, and he replied, "Nothing whatever," adding that although he was sure that the near hind leg was broken, he could not be sure in the darkness at what part exactly, but he thought it was low down. We began by spying a corrie, which was about 3 miles from the place where I had wounded the stag in the previous season, and presently found 5 shootable stags which were together. After watching them for a time, Sandy said, "There are 2 much bigger than the others, one a dark beast. He's a good stag, with only 1 horn." "All right," I said, "let's shoot him. He'll be interesting anyhow." We then stalked the stags and managed to get within about 120 yards of them. As soon as I got a good view of the beasts, I noticed that the stag with 1 horn was limping slightly, and it flashed through my mind that he was almost certainly the stag which I had wounded in the previous season, particularly as he was the same color and the horn seemed to be very similar to what I recollected of the horns of the wounded stag. Whilst these thoughts were rapidly passing through my mind, Sandy whispered, "Don't take the stag with 1 horn, sir, but the yellow stag on the right, which is a much better beast." I replied by shooting the dark-colored stag, this time in the right place. "You've shot the wrong beast," said Sandy. I said, "Oh, no, I haven't. You were with me last time I fired my rifle, and I then fired it at that very stag. Let us have a look at him and see if I'm not right." On examining the stag, we found that low down on his near hind leg, the bone had evidently been fractured just above the fetlock, but had healed completely and set in the most wonderful way. This, of course, was what had caused the limp which I had noticed, and also the absence of the horn on the other side of the head. After examining the stag, Sandy quite agreed that there was no doubt it must be the same stag, and we both thought, although it was in very good condition, that it was at least a stone lighter than it had been in the previous season. It is interesting to note that in the case of stags, as in that of human beings, the muscular movements are controlled by nerve centers, which are situated on the opposite side of the brain. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Amid the High Hills. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser. The Secret of the High Hills. I shall never forget the day or the self-sacrifice and bravery of those men in that brigade. The speaker was a chaplain attached to one of the Highland brigades which had been fighting in France. We were told that a particular position had to be taken, and the work was allotted to certain of the Highland regiments. My work was to attend the dying after the attack was over, and the position carried at the point of the bayonet. Amongst them was a piper who had shown extraordinary bravery in the assault, and who, though wounded 3 times, had persisted in carrying on and playing his pipes until he fell mortally wounded just as the assault, after very heavy fighting, was proving successful. He knew he was dying and gave me messages for his wife and family. He was evidently a man of strong faith, and had no fear of death. Just before his valiant spirit passed away, he whispered, "Oh, if I could only see the high hills again before I die." His words deeply impressed me, and I have often thought of them since. This story of the dying piper, told to me in such simple and touching language, set me thinking and wondering. I could not help feeling that those last words of the gallant Highlander would strike a sympathetic chord in the hearts not only of those who most cherished and sacred memories are bound up with the Highlands of Scotland, but of countless numbers of others who also love that country. In the days of peace, I had often pondered over the irresistible fascination of this call from the north. The Highlands of Scotland! Is there anyone who has ever seen them, or who knows even slightly something of the romantic and enchanting history, who can fail to understand the passionate devotion of anyone with Highland blood in his veins to that wonderful land? All the world over, the sons of the heather and the mist, in however distant or alien lands they may be, feel always, as they steer their way through life, that there is a pole star by which they set their compass, and that some day perhaps they or their children may steer the boat to a haven on some rocky shore, where the wap calls shrilly on the moors above the loch, and the heather grows strong and tough on the hillside, and the peat reek rises almost like the incense of an evening prayer against a grey soft sky in the land of the north. From the lone shieling on the misty island, mountains divide us, and a waste of seas, yet still the blood is strong, the heart is Highland, and we in dreams behold the Hebrides. How many a man at the end of July or the beginning of August, worn out with his work in Parliament or the law courts or elsewhere, turns his face and his thoughts to the north, and finds even in his anticipations and dreams of the days to come refreshment and solace. In most things in this life the anticipation is far greater than the reality, but not so in this case. In the hearts of how many men and women do the words of A-Town find a responsive echo? Give me but 1 hour of Scotland. Southern gales are not for me. Though the glens are white with winter, place me there and set me free. Why is it that so many persons, young and old, and of such different character, habits, and classes, are fascinated and held by the spell of this country? What is the motive which is common to them all, if there is one? No doubt with some it is the longing for rest and change of scene, or the opportunity of meeting old friends or relatives in the far north. With other, the desire for sport or the gratification of artistic tastes, and with others the ardent yearning to hear again the old familiar sounds, familiar since their early childhood, the sound of rushing burn, the breaking of the sea on the rock-bound shore, the call of the sea-birds, and to see once more the high hills and silvery lochs and scent again the fragrant heather. But underlying all these, and perhaps more often than not quite unconsciously, there is one dominant governing motive which is surely spiritual rather than material. The desire for the environment which will uplift and ennoble, and with it bring a sense of being nearer to the pure, nearer to the things that are unseen and eternal, removed from all that is coarse and material. The Morning Cometh by Finlay Mackinnon. I well remember on one occasion discussing the question of the future world with a Highland keeper, and the emphatic way in which he said, "One thing is certain, and that is that no one could be an atheist if he spent his life on the mountains." I also remember that, curiously enough, the same observation was made by one Cambridge undergraduate to another, the speaker having been in the habit of spending days and nights camping out on the mountains in his father's Highland property. It is not appropriate that in the Gaelic language the words used to signify death and died are not the same when used in reference to a human being as the words which are used in reference to an animal. The former words, cochlid, substantive, chachel, verb, signifying a change or passing from one state of life into another. The latter, bas, substantive, besak, verb, extinction or annihilation. On the sea-coast, at the mouth of one of the sea lochs on the west coast of Ross-shire, I have often waited for the dawn, looking up the loch towards the high hills in the distance, and, whilst I waited, there would come into mind those impressive words of the prophet Isaiah, "Watchman, what of the night?" The watchman said, "The morning cometh." No one who has had this experience and seen the sunrise in its splendor over the high hills, flooding the surface of the sea with brilliant crimson light, will ever forget the scene, or the uplifting of spirit and sense of abiding peace which it imparted. End of chapter 17. End of Amid the High Hills by Sir Hugh Fraser.